Yo, yo, yo. How's it going? We're not going to wait the full time for. We're not waiting the full time for the time, the countdown. Let me get the music muted. Here we go. All right. So as the title says, we're going to do something a little bit different today. We're going to go back a little bit to what we were doing in the past. We're going to do some React content, and then we're going to do some gaming. I feel like starting things off a little bit lighter and then going into doing the Diablo grind, continuing our grind. So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump right into it. So first thing we're going to check out is the video game trailer.
12 years is a long wait to play the sequel to one of your favourite games of all time. During that decade-plus stretch, I've replayed the original Alien Isolation multiple times, analysed its incredible level design, and even addressed that review score in my own glowing appraisal of gaming's unique, unrivaled nightmare. So you can imagine that, as I picked up the controller in a dark room at Developer Creative Assembly's headquarters, my mind was awash with excitement spiked with anxiety. Would my first taste of the long-awaited, once-thought impossible Alien Isolation 2 be everything I hoped for?
Hopefully.
Much like a truncated version of Alien Romulus, the half-hour demo of Isolation sequel is gorgeous, faithful, frightening, and also deeply familiar. Perhaps a little too familiar. That sense of déjà vu is partly down to the fact that most of this demo, taken from the game's opening, unfolds within the Project KG-348 laboratory, the very same module ejected from Sevastopol Station during the events of the first game. We've quite literally been here before. But not like this, we haven't. Before I crack the seal on the lab, let's rewind to the demo's very first moments. Rather than Isolation's original protagonist, Amanda Ripley, I see the world through the eyes of a new character, Blake. She's part of Weyland Yutani's army of managers, and she has arrived on planet LV-921 in search of that aforementioned lab. A lab, should you need reminding, that was jettisoned because it had a xenomorph trapped inside it. But before Blake comes face to face with the universe's perfect organism, she must first face something new and perhaps even scarier: the outdoors.
Oh no. Anything but that.
The major difference between this sequel and its predecessor is lifted directly from the movies. As in Aliens, Isolation 2 takes place on terra firma rather than in space. You'll be moving back and forth between the confines of Kurosaki Station and the exposed landscapes of LV-921's distressed, eerie surface.
I will say that this reminds me a lot of Alien, what's that VR game? Alien Incursion, I think is what it's called. So basically that game took place at a facility on, I don't remember what planet you're supposed to be on. But this very much resembles that game right there.
During an interview with IGN, creative director Al Hope promised me an interesting dynamic between interior and exterior spaces, with each exerting their own method of pressure. However, in the safety of this heavily scripted opening, I'm unable to experience any of that. I slowly inch through long dead woodland, following burning embers and broken trees towards a huge metal structure that has clearly punched through the atmosphere and half buried itself in the planet's surface. With a lack of lockers and vents to hide in, I imagine this journey would feel terrifying if the alien were loose among the branches.
So it was something that was jettisoned from the station.
But without such a threat, the sequence feels much like the fairly relaxed planetside flashbacks of the original game, just without the weight of a spacesuit slowing me down. The Seegson design access lever, recessed into the hull of the crash structure, makes it immediately clear we're not rehashing the Nostromo crew's egg inspection mission. This thing is reassuringly familiar. reassuringly human. And as the hatch opens and I descend the ladder, it's like I'm walking through my own memories of 2014. While the results of Creative Assembly's recreation of Project KG-348's curving red panel corridor isn't quite as dramatic as, say, Metal Gear Solid Delta's updated clone of Groznygrad, it nonetheless provokes a similar reaction. I'm momentarily impressed by the graphical upgrade, but then gripped by instincts that have lain dormant for a decade, as if waiting on standby for this very return. Before the horrors begin, the objectives ease me back into Isolation's fundamentals. The power is out, locking down every door and hatchway, so I poke around the immediate area in search of scrap components with which I can fix the breaker box. While this is nothing new, I appreciate the small additional details that the sequel brings. As I hold down a button to repair the circuits, Blake's hands slot a PCB into place and then flip the switches with a satisfying clunk.
Know what you're doing?
Not really. No.
In the next room,
I will say that the appeal to the Alien games for me, whenever you're playing as the humans, not just because of the aliens, but the convoluted freaking mechanisms that they have for everything, because these stories took place in the 80s, so a lot of things are convoluted, like simply opening a door. You know, you have to turn a big old freaking what do you call it? You have to turn a wheel in order to unlock the door to open it. You know, it's just, or like he's just there in order to get the breaker back up. He's sticking a PCB and then flipping switches and stuff. It's relaxing for some reason to get that nostalgic feel. Also, hearing the sound effect of flipping switches is always nice.
I find one of Isolation's iconic save stations, which now requires you to hold down the interact button for the agonizing duration of the save process. It's a tiny detail, but one that makes you feel all the more physically connected to the world.
Yeah.
Pushing deeper into the
Basically, if you let go while trying to save because you think that you've done it, you know, you're going to be let down when the alien kills you.
lab, I met with my first jump scare. The lurching grasp and eerie glowing eyes of the Working Joe androids remain just as creepy to this day. But it's in the lab's central chamber where the real magic show begins. The xenomorph drops from above with an almighty thud. It's not quite the dramatic, tail-snaking entrance from the original, but as it towers above my hiding spot, it's clear that this electric game of cat and mouse is once again afoot. Unfortunately, while Creative Assembly promises a selection of new tools and tactics to help you wrangle sci-fi's most terrifying predator, I'm equipped with absolutely nothing but my wits for this escape. That means I can't tell you about how Alien Isolation 2 is shaping up to be meaningfully different to its predecessor.
That's because, yeah, he said earlier that it was a 30-minute demo, so you don't get to enjoy... Well, I mean, that's the whole point. You're testing it out. You're seeing it for yourself. But they don't want to give away all the new mechanics in the first 30 minutes, because what do you got to look forward to after that? You know, you got to... Like, a lot of games do this, because if you're given all your new stuff at the very beginning of the game, then you have nothing to look forward to for the rest of the game, and then you're just going to be like, hoping and anticipating new stuff that come up. But whenever they don't show up, you're just left disappointed. You're like, oh, I wish there was more new stuff to try out, more new things. But the story was good, you know, or it might be shit for all you know. So it's good to not... I feel like we haven't finished watching this video, so they could have introduced one new thing. But so far, when you're talking about a horror game, a lot of horror games where your character is generally powerless against the creatures that you're trying to get away from, you're generally left defenseless or with the least amount of defense possible, while still arming you. So, for instance, like in Resident Evil, you're given handguns. Let's just say a handgun at the start of the game, but you have very limited ammo. So, like, you have the ability to protect yourself, but not the means to protect yourself long term. You have to go find yourself more ammo, or in Resident Evil 3's case, craft yourself more ammo. But that's not going to happen for a bit. So you still have to sparingly Yeah, you still have to be conservative with the ammunition you're given. You have to be sparing. Anyway.
Combined with the demo setting being literally a location from the first game, if it weren't for the graphical upgrade, anyone could reasonably mistake this sequence as being from the original Alien Isolation.
I will say that I'm a little disappointed that it's basically you're starting off re-meeting the alien in the same freaking map, basically. It's supposed to be you're back on the little station. It was jettisoned from the main station, whatever. The only difference is that now you're crashing on the planet, but like the element's still there. You're in the same station that you've been hiding in. So the map is essentially the thing. So if you know the first game, you're going to know at least this part of the next game. And to me, it seems a little lazy. But it's also like it's you could say it's a little lazy because it's reusing assets from a previous game. But as long as it's not a major part of the game, I'm okay with it, because Resident Evil did that in Resident Evil 2 and 3. Resident Evil 2, you go to the police station, and then you go from the police station onwards. The police station is the most memorable part because it's at the very beginning of the game. There's a lot of parts to it. You're getting chased by the Tyrant or Mr. X, like throughout the game. And then in Resident Evil 3, you go back to the police station as Carlos, and you're going there, and you're in the Resident Evil 3 remake, at least, you have a companion there. You meet Brad, but in the original, you're as Carlos. You end up back at the police station. I can't remember if in the original it was Carlos that goes back to the police station. I could have swore it was Jill, but I don't remember. It's been so long. Either way, they reused the police station, but it's not a major part of Resident Evil 3 as it was in Resident Evil 2. So as long as they do the same thing where it's not a major part, this map is not a major part of the game, it's just a small part compared to the rest of the game, then I'm okay with it. I still think it's still a little bit lazy if it's over half of the game's story.
I'll admit that, after such a long wait, I was hoping Creative Assembly would have chosen something a little bolder for its first showing. Something that would silence my lingering fears that any sequel would be stuck doing more of the same. And yet, even this brief panicked escape from that dome-headed bastard proves the perfect demonstration that there really is nothing else like Alien Isolation. My escape route is blocked by a sudden eruption of searing hot flames, so I sprint for the underfloor vent that I know leads to the exterior corridor. And as I push forward, I hear that sound, the clatter of metal, the rattlesnake-like hiss. For a split second I look backwards, casting the beam of my flashlight along the vent's steel walls, and I see it, a curved, skeletal shadow. The tunnel suddenly feels like a prison rather than a pathway. A number of projects have riffed on Alien Isolation's very particular approach. Amnesia the Bunker is perhaps the most similar example, but you can also see the shape of the xenomorph in the recent A Quiet Place game and the modern generation of Resident Evil stalkers. But while all are accomplished in their own right, none of these games offer the same particular adrenaline-spiking thrills as Alien Isolation. Its multi-layered level design and unparalleled approach to enemy AI create a genuinely singular experience. And
I do think that's a little subjective with the point made about if we go back here.
Thrills ample, but you can also see the shape of the xenomorph in the recent A Quiet Place game and the modern generation of Resident Evil stalkers. But while all are accomplished in their own right, none of these games offer the same particular adrenaline-spiking thrills as...
I think that's a little bit subjective, but at the same time, I do have to somewhat agree, because the alien is very much like Mr. X from Resident Evil 2, but I would say it's not necessarily that it's smarter. It's more like it's more intimidating because it can go into places that Mr. X wouldn't be able to. So, for instance, vents are not safe, versus Mr. X, they would be considered safe because he's so big and bulky, he can't go through certain places. He can't go into certain places. Not that there's any vents that you go into Resident Evil 2, but that's besides the point. The point is that there's places that he can see that you can go to avoid Mr. X, whereas in Alien Isolation, vents are not safe. Nowhere is safe. Like, you have to hide. Hey, Arcanum, how's it going? Yeah, Alien Isolation 2, this guy played a 30-minute demo, and basically the disappointing part of it that we have to just assume it, we have to hope for, I should say, that is not a big part of the game, is that they basically reused the station, except now it's a part of the station that was jettisoned from space that crashed onto this planet, and the character that we're playing on is not Ripley. It's a different character named Blake that ends up on this planet, and this station's is crashed. This part of the station's crashed onto this planet, and then yeah, it's basically you get the replay part of the same map that you played in Isolation 1. So that part is, to me, a little disappointing. I said that as long as it's not a major part of the game, I'm okay with it, because Resident Evil 3 did that with Resident Evil 2. With the police station. So, for instance, like, the thing is, like, Resident Evil 3 didn't make the police station a major part of the game, like Resident Evil 2 did, because obviously it's in Resident Evil 2, that's the whole point. Like, the police station is the first place you go to. It's the most memorable because you spend a lot of time there solving puzzles. Resident Evil 3, you go back as Carlos. You're there to get, you're there for whatever reason. Like I said, I can't remember off the top of my head. I know in Resident Evil 3, you're there with your buddy. You're looking for, the scientist. You're looking for a scientist in Resident Evil 3 remake. I don't remember if that was the case in the original. It's been so long. But yeah, like, it's not as much of a major point in the game as it was in 2. So as long as they don't do this same shit where it's like, it's the second game, but you're back on the station majority of the game, like 75% of the game, and you're spending a quarter of the game outside of it exploring the planet. As long as it's not that, then I'm fine with it. So yeah.
Alien Isolation. Its multi-layered level design and unparalleled approach to enemy AI create a genuinely singular experience. And while Isolation 2's demo is perhaps the most simple, streamlined example of that experience, stripped of all player agency-granting gadgets and tightly controlled for its duration, it's as good a reminder as any that it is the definitive simulation of sci-fi's most terrifying scenario. To do it all over again, even with minimal adjustments to the formula, is something worth trying. It's unsurprising that this short demo was able to so successfully capture the spirit of the original. Alien Isolation 2 is, after all, helmed by the same creative director, built by many of the same people, and its prologue is specifically designed as a bridge between the two projects, and so it's convinced me that it's at least in the right hands. But I'm now more eager than ever to see how this against the odds sequel will build upon its predecessor. It's time, Creative Assembly. Open the doors, let me outside, unleash the beast. I'm ready. For more Alien Isolation, check out our interview with director.
Yeah, I'm hoping that the game's going to be good, obviously. I'm hoping it's not going to be, because it looked a little bit like Alien Incursion a little bit with the outside where it's all stormy and shit. I'm hoping that it's going to be, that they're going to introduce new mechanics into the game and not just the hide under a table, hide in a locker thing mechanic. I'm hoping that there's going to be new stuff. I do like the idea that they want the players to be more engaged by forcing you to hold down buttons. If, like, say, for instance, you have to hold down a button in order to save. You have to hold down a button in order to fix something. I don't mind quick time events necessarily either if they were to do something like that with, say, opening a door. Just to get you more involved. But yeah, there also has to be times where you click a button for an action because it takes away some of the fault from the player for something not being done properly for some actions. You know, gotta give them a little bit of a break from time to time. So here's a link to the video if you guys want to give it a like. Whoop. Ark, did you want to play any Diablo today, or are you chilling? No, don't feel pressured if you don't feel it. If you don't feel it. let me just go over here. I need to make sure that there is no update still for the PTR. Apparently, there's two rumors now going on for StarCraft 2. One is that apparently they delayed the PTR update again, according to, I forgot his name. It's like because of it's like Bomi or whatever. I don't remember how their name is. That Omni-Skeptic said that they delayed the patch another week, so we're supposed to get it next week. That's one rumor. We're supposed to get the update of the PTR next week. The other rumor is now people are speculating that because of Blizzard's past, which is like I said initially, that last time when they've done any updates and it's been this long, they just pushed the patch. They just pushed it through and made it go to live, and with very little iterations, if no iterations. So there's also, so next week we're either getting PTR 2.0 or we're getting StarCraft 2 Dead update. It's the StarCraft 2 lethal injection update. You know, it's the update that will probably kill the game if they just push it through without any updates, without any bug fixes, without any rebalancing, you know, no feedback taken into account. You know, the pig update that kills the game. Because I will go ahead and say this on my own stream, that Pig has been for a while, and I'm sure he's tired of hearing it. He's been trying to backpedal and say it's not his patch. It's not my patch. It's not my patch. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. But the man's been freaking doing tournaments for like the last 2 years, trying to promote reducing the workers. For 2 years, he's been doing it. For 2 years, he's been making videos about why the worker count should be reduced and all this other BS, right? Like constantly talking about it. And then the moment Blizzard takes over rebalancing the game again, they're gonna have a bare bones. They already have a skeleton crew in the first place taking over the game. They said back in 2021 they weren't going to work on the game anymore. Yada yada yada. Where do you think they got the idea of reducing the workers, man? You may or may not have told them to do it, but you most certainly had an impact on it because you are the one that posted videos and did live stream tournaments about the reduced workers. You're the one that kept emphasizing how awesome it would be to reduce workers. It would create a lot of diversity and put more gambling onto the cheeses and all this other stuff. And there's no way ever that any skeleton crew is going to think without any, without outside influence. There's no way that anybody who's working on a skeleton crew for a game is thinking, what should we do to rebalance this game? Hey, I know. Let's put in so much work into the game by changing the way the whole game functions in the first place. We're gonna go ahead and slow the economy down, and then have to adjust all the timings for everything. You know, let's go ahead, reduce the worker count from 12 to 8. We have to adjust build times, prices. Yeah, nobody is gonna do that. No one single person or small team is gonna put in all that effort to redo it. The reason why the 6 to 12 worker sounded a little choppy. It could be my fan. Well, most definitely has to be my fan. Let me hear it. It might be good now. Check. Yeah, it should be good now. Yeah, it's because of my fan. I can't enjoy being cooled down. But yeah. Yeah, nobody's gonna go from like taking over a 16. It's gonna be 16 years old this year. A game that's 16 years old. Nobody's gonna be like, hey, you know what? I want to put in so much work. I'm gonna make a change that requires so much work and effort and attention to make sure that the game is well adjusted for these new drastic changes. Nobody's gonna do that. If it, like whenever it comes time for a small team to take over an old game, they want to do the least amount of work possible, and that is simply just changing numbers here and there. Now, that's why it was so easy for them to just be like, okay, we'll go from 12 to 8 worker start, because it's just changing a value. We're just going to reduce storm damage by 10. It's changing a value. We're going to go ahead and make tanks abductable again. They still didn't change that value because they apparently the bug is that they still can't be abducted. So, but they didn't change that value. The like Protoss buildings apparently having burning effect. That's just enabling campaign effects, from Legacy of the Void, where those Protoss structures are burning. Changing the ghost, like rebalancing the ghost, that's just changing values, your XML coding. So that if you really expect somebody at Blizzard who's working on StarCraft 2, the classic games department, to put in the effort to come up with the calculations and rebalancing the game, rebalancing the economy, that's just not going to happen. Exactly. I mean, everybody who, like, all the content creators are currently playing Age of Empires 2 is because of that $10,000 tournament. So the game is not even getting any freaking traction right now by the majority of the top people. The majority of the top content creators are freaking, they're just doing the same old formula of, look what I'm doing in StarCraft 2. I'll do these. Like, I see a Euthermal video. This creep change made Zerg 100 times more playable. It's like, okay, cool. But he's still playing Age of Empires on his live stream, mostly. Pig, Age of Empires. Loco, Age of Empires. They're all playing Age of Empires 2 right now for that tournament that happens in a couple of days or next week. So the game is not even getting the kind of traction, like StarCraft 2 is not getting the viewership from its top content creators like it needs to. Dude, I also don't get the Intel sponsorship. It doesn't even work on multi-core. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, anyway, but that's all I'm just going to say. I mean, it's not, the entire patch is not a pig patch, but the economy changes are pig's suggestions. Now, of course, they kind of went crazy with the whole like mineral patches thing, which I don't necessarily hate, but I also know that because it promotes more turtle gameplay, that means that sitting back on 3 to 4 bases is pretty much going to be the norm. And whether that's healthy for the game or not, hell if I know in the long run. I mean, it could be the thing that makes StarCraft better, but the 12 to 8 workers thing is not healthy for the game. If they updated the game engine, added an expansion with units, we are back. That's all they really needed to do. The problem is, like, they keep. I've been saying it for like 5 to 6 years. You know, you want a game. If you want to make the game less stale, add new units. We already have a bunch of campaign units. Start adding campaign units and campaign upgrades. Like, imagine for late game Terran, you need a fusion core and armory to upgrade all your tech labs to tech reactors, you know, so you can double produce tech units, like double producing Thors from a single factory, or double producing battle cruisers from a single starport, you know, for late game Terran. How about adding warp gate and needing warp gate in a fleet beacon in order for you to upgrade warp gate for the Stargate and Robo. So yeah, you can warp in carriers and Colossus and Immortals, and, you know, warping in, you know, giving warp technology to your Robo and your Stargate. You know, you need a fleet beacon, and you have to research warp gate again from your cybernetics core, or, you know, just make it where those are the requirements for it, for those upgrades. Core changes, not superficial. Exactly. Bring in. I think Hunterlings are a bit too strong, because it negates all walling. So Zerg would just be way too overpowered with Hunterlings. But Swarmlings, I think, would be fine. Like speed Swarmlings, so you're making 3 Zerglings almost instantaneously. It wouldn't be an instant upgrade, I don't think. It would be pretty close to it, though. If anything, they could just make it where it's like, okay, so you get these lings that pop up very quickly. No, that would definitely be an imbalance. But I think people will upgrade to having Swarmlings, so you can have 3 lings popping out per hatch, which makes it like every Zergling is 30%, 33% better. Every Zergling purchase, is 33% better. Or I guess you could realistically save. Actually, probably no. It's more like 50% better. Yeah, because you're getting 1 extra ling, so that's 1.5 purchase. But you get the point. I was just thinking 33 because 3. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, every purchase would be 50% more valuable. But it's still Zerglings late game. Give us the Ultralisk Burrow Charge. Give us Whorehounds. There's just so many things that they could be doing to spice up the game. And because the excuse would always just be, oh, we'd have to rebalance it for multiplayer from the pro players. Oh, that would require too much rebalance. Look how much time that they're spending on the Ghost, and the Ghost is still getting adjustments. Look how much time that they're spending on freaking Storm, and the Storm is constantly getting fucked with. It's like you're obviously not afraid to keep touching things that have been freaking mangled and brutalized. And the Ghost is like, it's getting all these steroids injected in its ass and making it so freaking strong. They should have petitioned years ago to get StarCraft 2 into the Olympics as an esport with countries competing. It's also a very clear game. The thing is, like, the Olympics, they don't, they just want games that are a very demanding. Like, I don't see chess being played at the Olympics, for instance. They might have it for all you know, but I highly doubt that they'll introduce any games that requires challenging a person's mental capacity versus their athletic capacity. That's usually what people are looking for at the Olympics. They're not looking to look at a television screen to see what moves a person's making on a chessboard. But then again, oh no, that's right. I was about to compare it to shooting a gun. That Turkish guy that went in with no gadgets and like nearly got a perfect score, but didn't get. He won like the silver medal or whatever, or bronze medal. But and then this year he won gold. But no, I forgot that's testing his like the sight, his vision and his accuracy. So that is still challenging, It'd be nice, but I highly doubt it. It would like StarCraft or chess. Yeah. Excuse me. But yeah, I have another video lined up, but it's 2 hours long. And with how often I yap, it's probably gonna be a 4-hour reaction. I don't know if I want to watch and react to the whole thing. I did bring it up because there's another video, but that one's also an hour long that Hupsaya sent out yesterday, talking about how balance is. I mean, I can't remember the title of it. Game balance isn't real. I was gonna say game balance is myth, or but I don't know. But I'm interested in hearing about this one, so we're gonna go jump right into it. Unless you wanted to play D4, or if I don't know if you're down for Diablo Arc. But yeah.
All right. I would like to talk about three kind of major topics, if that's okay. The first one being your time at Blizzard and working on StarCraft 2. Then Stormgate, so pretty much when you started Frost Giant and that entire process. And then if you're still up for it, a little bit on kind of the future of RTS afterwards. Because it
sounds good. Yeah.
I got triggered by reading your LinkedIn post in a good way. Triggered, I was like, oh, I'd like to talk with him. I wasn't like, oh, I was raging sitting at home. It was more the good type of trigger.
I don't picture you as.
I'm a bit knackered, but I'm super into tomorrow. Sounds good. I do have one question though. Do you know if you have any Ohm runes on Diablo? I don't know if you have any. I need 2 Ohm runes in order for me to craft my Starless Skies ring. I finally got 2 Resplendent Sparks, but I need 2 Ohm runes in order for me to craft it. I'll check. All right, appreciate it.
The rager.
If you have 2 to spare, I will get on and do that real quick.
Oh, you'd be surprised. Lose 5 games to Zerg, I'll get going.
Fair. Right.
Yeah. So I would just like to straight up start. Could you tell me a little bit how you joined Blizzard and what it was like working there at the start?
Sure. Yeah. When I joined Blizzard, I had been working on a Command and Conquer project at EA. And unfortunately, there were some management changes at the highest level at EA that just shifted the strategy there. So we didn't get to take that game all the way across the finish line. And
that sucks.
I was working on another project, but Dustin at Blizzard reached out to me. And
is that Dustin Browder?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dustin and I had worked together before. He was transitioning at that point from kind of sharing his focus between StarCraft 2 and a new MOBA that Blizzard was building that wound up being called Heroes of the Storm. And they were looking for a new leadership team to kind of backstop the folks who had been on StarCraft who were moving over to Heroes. And I mean, it's such an amazing opportunity to get involved with a game that I love to play as a player and help shepherd its future. So, of course, there was no way to say no to that opportunity. So, yeah, I came in, I guess, about a year before Legacy of the Void launched and kind of had to hit the ground running, but it was a great experience.
How does the timeline look like when you come in? Because I think you came in at 2014. Legacy of the Void launched November 2015, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
What is the timeline like? Like, is the game done, or how far are you from a finished product at that point?
In some ways, things were quite well along. Campaign, for example, was quite far along. Other aspects of the game, co-op, the UI, kind of final units and final balance, all of that was work that remained. And even for campaign, there was still some story stuff to work out. But it's such a cool experience to come in on something that has a high performing team already attached to it and just help try to make it as good as we can.
How big was that team at the time?
Because it was sharing some resources with Heroes, so like big swaths of engineering were shared across the 2 projects. It's kind of hard to parse, but 65 people, ballpark.
Okay, and that is divided then in, I assume, smaller department. Do you guys have like an in-house cinematic team, or is there just a Blizzard cinematic team that moves from game to game? How do I imagine that?
That's the hard thing talking about team sizes, because there are so many people around a company as big as Blizzard that support a project and for periods of time are dedicated to the project that don't get counted as team headcount. So Cinematics is a great example. Cinematics team, or at that time called Story and Franchise Development, was a shared resource across many projects, but we'd have big headcount allocations as there were, individual cinematics that were being built by that team for StarCraft. But likewise across, QA and what we call business intelligence and just localization, huge groups of people from these other departments that don't technically count as project headcount, but who, actually swell the number of people contributing to the project well above 100. But.
And what kind of was your role back then there? Because I think you were game producer or game director.
Yeah, I guess, my title evolved over my time there, but, basically overseeing the team that was working on the project is the best way to describe it. And at the end of my time there was production director. But yeah, I can't actually remember what it was when I first got there, lead producer or something like that.
Just for my experience, I've never worked a real job. So what is the day-to-day like? Because my day-to-day is very simple. I start on my PC, start playing some ladder games, and same thing as the end of the day. Like what type of things are you doing?
Yeah, it's funny you say that because at one point we talked to someone who comes, from your world about potentially working at Blizzard, and one of their questions was, "Wait, does that mean I would have a boss?" And well, that's kind of the way jobs work. But yeah, I guess at a big company like Blizzard, there is a lot of time, unfortunately, spent in meetings, and it's just by nature of scale. When you're 60, ultimately over 100, if you include all those other departments, people that need to be coordinated, the overhead of keeping everybody rowing in the same direction and just structurally making that machine work does require a lot of meeting time. But, there's
a lot of the games take a while to develop from these bigger companies because of the amount of red tape that is wrapped around every move that is being made in order to keep the cogwheels aligned, is like he's saying, like he's pointing out. So when you're wondering why games like GTA get delayed, it's because the cogwheels they're trying their best to keep them aligned together, and sometimes maybe some departments are progressing too fast, and maybe they need to check and make sure that the integrity of those projects are what they need, what they're looking for. Sometimes there's just a legal boundary, but ultimately meetings, like for a lot of companies, like weekly meetings are common, but I'm imagining it's a daily, like bi-daily meeting. Like you have 2 meetings a day, I'm imagining, at Blizzard. The first one's probably to go over what the objectives. I don't know. Maybe they don't do that. Maybe they just do the simple email each other to outline each other's objectives, and then at the sometime midday they do a meeting with all of the heads of the departments, I'm imagining. But yeah, just the amount of time that's spent for with leadership and meetings.
a certain amount of time that also gets allocated to playing the game. Blizzard was really good about having everyone just actively be engaged with the game and giving feedback and understanding the current state of things.
It's kind of hard to sell a product when you don't know what your product is like in the first place. It's like you go to a car dealership. Let's just use a known car dealership like Ford. You go to Ford and you want to know how well the cars, typically, how well are their vehicles when it comes to driving? Like, what are some specifications? And it's very hard for a dealer to sell a car if they don't drive their own vehicles. Or I guess realistically, I could use one from one of my scenarios is that I worked at Starbucks at one point in my life, and but I never drank any Starbucks coffees, none of their frappuccinos. Nothing. The only thing I ever had from Starbucks, like I didn't drink it regularly, I should say. The only things I ever had from Starbucks was their pumpkin spice cappuccino, without have once every other year, and their filtered water. And whenever customers would ask me for recommendations, oh man, I was pretty. I'd say the water's pretty good. So you just it's kind of hard to sell something if you don't know what the hell you're selling in the first place. So you kind of have to. So when it comes to like these games, for instance, I'm glad that at least Blizzard at the time had their development teams actually play the game, so they know what the hell they're making, and that way they could see how something might feel in terms of balance. If we're talking about the multiplayer aspect of the game, now of course there's going to be some things that might slip through the cracks because it's like, oh well, it wasn't in balance when we tested it, but when you have a much larger player base that's jumping on into the game and they start testing things out in their games, they're like, wait, this unit feels completely broken because blank, XYZ 1 2 3. That's when it's like, okay, we got to make adjustments. But I feel like sometimes, especially now, too many adjustments are being made to things that shouldn't be touched. Like the Baneling got nerfed, High Templars got nerfed, Infestors got nerfed. They deleted Infested Terrans. They deleted the Militia Corps. They keep deleting things that are annoying or nerfing things into the ground that are annoying to deal with because I don't like the feel of it. It's like, well, that's the whole point of the strategy game. There's going to be strategies. There's going to be things that you don't like about the game, but that's the part of the game because it's not meant to be freaking Hello Kitty's Playhouse. It's meant to be a war game where some strategies, some races have advantages over others. There's going to be some things that are going to be annoying to deal with, and that's just part of a real-time strategy. Just like any other game. If you want a perfectly balanced game, you got to go play chess or checkers.
And a certain amount of time that's spent, doing planning and forward plans for the rest of the work.
Did you also do any development yourself? I think there's a very famous story of Mike Morhaime going home in the weekends and then fixing bugs for StarCraft Brood War or StarCraft 1. Is this something that still was happening a lot at Blizzard when you were there, or what was the skill so much bigger at this point that that would have been silly?
Yeah, I mean, my area of, I guess, expertise originally was engineering, so I came up as an engineer, but when teams get that big, it's hard for project leads to still dive in and do that kind of work. So yeah,
I would imagine that was only in the days, like you said, where when the game's development team were smaller and the player base was smaller. So maybe not necessarily the player base, but the development team was definitely smaller. Because if you imagine 100 people coming into a project, they're all doing their roles, and then at the end of the day on Friday, everyone's off for the weekend. From Friday onward, one person decides, who's at the top, that's like, I'm gonna make these changes without anybody knowing, and then update it. And then when everybody comes back in on Monday and there's new bugs, all of a sudden they're like, where the hell did these bugs come from? What the hell happened? Well, if the one tech leads, like, or whoever's, like, say, let's just go with Mike Morhaime. If Mike Morhaime goes, oh, I made a few adjustments to the project, don't worry, you guys can figure out the bugs. And that's kind of dickish. It's like, okay, so I created more problems for you guys to have to resolve on top of your own projects that you now have to work on at the same time. So now you're giving all these extra people extra work that they have to do to fix problems that you created. But they can't say anything to you to say, hey, you can't do that because, hey, you're the boss, But I mean, that's why people like Mike Morhaime probably wouldn't be doing that anymore, because he knows, or I should say they would know, that would be stepping on everybody's toes, creating new problems and more workloads for people who are already working crunch time. You also don't necessarily know like how many people you're going to affect with your coding, on top of how their coding is, I mean, you can look at it and critique it, obviously, but like you don't want to necessarily screw up other people's projects. You don't want to screw up their work on top of stepping on too many toes. Just because you're the boss doesn't mean that you're not going to piss a couple people off to the point where they're saying like, fuck it, why do I do all this work just to have all my work from last week deleted because the boss wanted to do their own thing, and they created more work for me on top of deleting basically all the work I did last week. So yeah,
In a strictly managerial role.
Okay, cool. And then once you move,
and it's also very important for managers to delegate rather than take action themselves when it comes to doing, like in this case, like coding. It's their job is to delegate the tasks to the employees, to their staff. You know, that's the whole point. It's the point of managers to manage, not to jump in and work themselves. That's when a manager that's mismanagement at that point. Whenever you start, when the manager starts doing it himself, it's like I can do it myself.
from so you have the 2014 periods to 2015, where I guess a lot of it is about shipping the game itself, and then when you move pretty much from launch afterwards, how do things change for you, and how does it change within Blizzard when it comes to resource allocation and also their vision on how to kind of keep StarCraft alive or move somewhere else?
Yeah, Blizzard was a very special place, and presumably still is. But when I got there, there was very much a sense of the strategy being led by the dev team. And I had never worked at a big company where that was the case. You know, I'd been at Activision, I'd been at EA, but at those companies, it's typically publishing and kind of the commercial side of the organization that sets the strategy. But Blizzard really was, and hopefully still is, developer-led.
Could you just quickly, just for my point of reference, kind of what is the main difference there when you say the commercial or the publishing side, the side strategy or the development side? I assume you can't just as a developer go like, I want to work on StarCraft 2 for the next 10 years, because that doesn't seem super commercially viable. Like, could you have some examples?
Yeah, it's more who's proposing the direction for the forward movement of the product. And at a lot of big companies, those proposals come from a publishing team, a commercial org that's really designed to optimize for money. Like that's
Okay.
just
So market research, and then decisions get made.
Yeah, and often there's a great deal of historical data that those commercial organizations have around how sequels have performed. They'll have market data about what's hot in the market right now, like survival crafting or extraction shooters are hot right now. We should make one of those. That's a typical sort of commercial organization thought process. But developers are much more about what are we excited to play, and like what are the opportunities that we see to innovate and make a game better. And so Blizzard was much more focused on the latter than the former.
To me, it sounds a lot like Larian Studios with the way he was describing Blizzard when he was working there, where Larian Studios, in my opinion, when it came to making Baldur's Gate 3, the game, the development of the game, the focal point was making the game fun for the developers, making sure it's fun for them, regardless of what's hot out there, right? Like EA games, their only focal point is what is hot out there, and let's mass produce games in that genre that everyone is enjoying until it's so saturated that people lose interest and they move on to the next genre. And then we switch we flip the switch to that next one. And then you have companies like Larian Studios that focus on games that they, no matter what, they're focusing on their game that they are enjoying. And that's what Blizzard used to be. Now Blizzard is just like EA, just like Bethesda. Actually, I can't even say Bethesda, really. Bethesda just does their own thing, but they release garbage.
And yeah, that was unique in terms of big companies that I've worked at.
Okay. And to kind of come back to the question is how mainly did it change from launch to or pre-launch to post-launch? Like what kind of happened there within Blizzard?
Yeah, I think the powers that be at Blizzard recognized that even when there wasn't a conscious plan around post-launch support for games, that people continued to play and love those games for many, many years, sometimes decades after the game is launched. And so there was an effort being made to be more conscious about that. And rather than just having it happen organically, to really deliberately plan to keep a good sized team working on the game. And so then the question becomes, specifically, what are the right things to work on? And there was a belief at the end of Legacy of the Void that there was still an appetite from players for more content.
Sorry, I need to replay that part. Like I just zoned out.
Post-launch support for games when
There from to or pre-launch to post-launch, like what kind of happened there within Blizzard?
Yeah, I think the powers that be at Blizzard recognized that even when there wasn't a conscious plan around post-launch support for games, that people continued to play and love those games for many, many years, sometimes decades after the game is launched. And so there was an effort being made to be more conscious about that. And rather than just having it happen organically, to really deliberately plan to keep a good sized team working on the game. And so then the question becomes, specifically, what are the right things to work on? And there was a belief at the end of Legacy of the Void that there was still an appetite from players for more content. And so we continued to produce some campaign content with the Nova Covert Ops missions, continued to produce...
Excellent campaign, by the way, the Nova Ops. I kind of feel like playing it again. Haven't played it in a while.
Co-op commanders for the co-op mode. And
co-op mode, definitely underrated. Needs more maps, needs more missions. But I feel like they have a good size amount of co-op commanders. But underrated part of the game, unfortunately. Yeah.
And we produced some cosmetic content that became war chests and voice packs and other things like that.
I think that the skins are really cool. The voice packs are definitely really cool. They could have done more. They could have done... Yeah, honestly, could have kept that going even to this day. And people would have ate it up. Like, make it where, okay, well, hey guys, we're going to do a Blizzard sponsorship tournament. If we can reach this goal, we'll host a tournament with the war chests. And they could have just done it where all Blizzard tournaments were basically funded by United players. And you know what? The game would not have lost as many players at this point today as it did. Like if they kept supporting the game, releasing new skins, and they could have used that like whatever money they earned after the cutoff. They could have used the remainder of that money towards funding the project team, keep running the game. They could have used that money towards like development of new the next skins. I don't know. There's so much they could have done to keep the game thriving. Yes, the game naturally is going to start losing its player base over time. That's natural with every game that starts to show its age. They could have used that money, like the accumulated money from making more and more skins could have been used towards updating the game graphically for like a remastered StarCraft 2 for all three campaigns. They could have remastered the graphics for the entirety of the game like that, upgraded the engine so it could support multi-core to improve the performance of a game that's doing so well. There's just so much more that they could have done, and they just squandered it. They ruined the opportunities. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what they could do to bring the players back. I don't think that there's much that they can do without having to add new units and do like a remastering of the game, like a complete remaster. There has to be something big, because if we look at StarCraft 2, Wings of Liberty, with the first launch of the game, there were tons of people who bought the game who weren't even StarCraft players to begin with. They got the game because of StarCraft 1 and Brood War's reputation alone, knowing that, hey, you know what, this game, it's the sequel to this esport game that gained a lot of popularity in Korea. It looks really good. I'm going to go play it. Now, if they did that again, hey, look, we're doing a remaster, StarCraft 2 remaster. We're making the game function better on multi-core processors, improving the performance, doing this. You know, I can guarantee you that there would be a bump. If they brought back support for the game, like full support, if they brought back, hey, we're going to release skins. You don't have to go too crazy with the skins. You don't have to make clown skins for a race, although that would be funny. You know, freaking each race has a clown skin, so you can kind of BM your own race by running around like charge lots are dressed up as clowns, you know. But they definitely could keep going. I don't want the crazy freaking skins like in Call of Duty. You know, you have Nicki Minaj skin, or you know, playing as some crazy celebrities, but they could definitely keep to going. Look at Fortnite. Fortnite has so many skins. That game's still going strong. They changed the map, which doesn't really take like a crazy amount of. It takes a crazy amount of time, but it doesn't. You don't need a massive development team necessarily for the map. Like, yeah, the map has a lot of detail, but you don't have to have like. Actually, I don't know how many people they would need. I would say it would probably be similar to. No, I don't think it'd be over 100, because you still have the people making the cinematics for the game, but it's like he's not Mike Morheim. It's like what Tim. I think it's Tim, right? Tim Morton said is that it's a separate department for cinematics. It's probably the same thing or similar. It's just they get called in every once in a while. Hey, we need a new trailer for Fortnite. I don't know how many. Maybe it is over 100 people for Fortnite. Either way, like that game's still going strong to this day, and that game came out shortly after StarCraft 2. So I
actually have some questions about honestly all of those, but starting with the Nova DLC. To me, it felt like those were wildly successful. From a kind of an audience perspective, I think almost everyone that played it kind of enjoyed playing it, and if maybe it wasn't as great as some people thought the campaign experience was, I think a lot of people would have wanted to play more. Why did we never get more campaign missions or more kind of Nova-like DLC content? Was it commercially completely unviable?
It actually performed well, and campaign content really does perform the best of all of the types of content that we built. However, there were two factors here. The first is it's the most complex and also costly to produce, and it doesn't mean it doesn't make money. It absolutely does, but it ties up a lot of resources to build that kind of content.
Resources and talent?
Yeah, people, exactly.
Yeah.
And so, and not just on the team, kind of across the organization, all those support departments we talked about earlier. So there's an opportunity cost there. If you're allocating people to that content when, the next big Blizzard game is in production that also needs people, there's competition for those resources. So that was a factor. But the other factor was those level designers who were working on that content, they had been on StarCraft 2 for a very long time. And as much as clearly they love StarCraft, they also were hungry to do some new things. So kind of a competition of Blizzard as a company needing people in other places, and the people themselves being hungry to do something new after.
I can understand that. I also can say that that does create an opportunity to hire map makers to take over with some of the campaign mission ideas, because there's tons of map makers out there who are hungry for the opportunity to make maps as part of their livelihoods. Like, imagine going from just a passionate gamer who makes maps for the StarCraft 2 ladder, participating in, was it TLMC, the competition for Team Liquid map contest, to get your map on the map pool. Imagine going from one of those people to working on making the campaign maps for StarCraft 2, the official campaign missions, and making co-op missions, making maps, you know, like you're still doing the same thing, but now you're working for a professional company, making a salary. Now, at the same time, you know, like now Blizzard can allocate the professional resources to projects that are more competitive, and then you're hiring map makers at a much reduced salary to work on the maps for this older game that you're wanting to keep up, but you just, you know, you're kind of questioning the logistics of keeping people around to work on that versus sending them over to another department or more challenging or more important, for lack of a better term, a more demanding role. I think they could have taken an opportunity to hire some map makers, some community map makers who are really, really good to come work for Blizzard and work on the campaign. Like they could have been on a retainer scenario. You know, we'll hire you, we'll pay you for your job to make these maps. We'll pay you, and then you're not like a full-time employee. You're just a retainer employee. We will call you in whenever we need more campaign missions maps to be made, more co-op mission maps to be made. You know, yada yada yada. They could have just done something as simple as that. You know, I don't think that they weighed in that option at the time, but they could have. Because a lot of companies these days in tech in the tech industry are trying to stem away from hiring full-time employees and trying to go to using retainer options instead. And just like I just described, you pay somebody, instead of paying somebody $200,000 a year to do a job, you're paying somebody like 20 grand to fix something when it breaks, and then that's it. Then they go back to, you know, that contractor goes back to waiting for that next job, while you as a company saved yourself $180,000 from having to hire a full-time employee. So
After having built missions for StarCraft 2 for so long.
Okay, that makes some sense. Then kind of moving down that ladder to the cosmetic part, I feel like this, whenever you see anything on any forum or even in Discord nowadays, people always talk about like, oh, why don't they just push out some crappy cosmetics that we can buy, like just legit anything to support the game, to show them that there's still a lot of people that want to buy stuff, that want to engage with the content. It felt like there was quite a bit of content with the war chest, but it also, you got everything pretty quick. There wasn't a whole lot of collectibles. Like in the end, I think you got most of the war chest within like 3 to 4 weeks of like medium levels of playing. It felt like, once again, like from an audience perspective, like a missed opportunity.
Yeah, War Chests did okay in terms of performance. I think we did continue to produce that kind of content for a number of years post-launch. But yeah, at a certain point, it was that contention for resources, the need for people to work on other projects that ultimately led to the decrease in support for Star 2 and for producing that kind of content.
Is it really that hard to make some new skins? Like, I know I'm not a developer at all, but it feels like it would be one of the things where, someone with a bit of free time and deep knowledge of the galaxy out there should be capable of tossing this together in a weekend or two. It's not.
The thing is like, it's a matter of, what did I just hit? let me let him speak, and then I'll give my opinion.
The case?
There's always overhead in everything we do. So, you need somebody to organize the work and get the support from the rest of the organization. There's localization work, there's front end work to put it in, there's back end server work, there's instrumentation that has to happen in the dashboards. So it's like the ripple effect of putting even a single piece of new content in the game from a Blizzard perspective, rather than just into the arcade. There is overhead there, and it's not huge. Like, you're right, that's not a high lift. But when the company has these big priorities of getting other stuff released, that's where it pulls resources away. And I think the strategy that from the outside I kind of see Blizzard pursuing now is that there is a small, dedicated group that's cycling between some of the classic games, and StarCraft 2 ultimately wound up in the classic category.
Which is crazy. We're only 15 years old.
Yeah, though, I mean, for a game to continue to be played for 15 years, there's not a ton that have the size of players that StarCraft has after that amount of time. But anyhow, yeah, so there's some support happening, but it's just less. So.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. And
so he just basically reiterated what he already said about the other stuff. It's a matter of allocating resources and a lot of overhead, and ultimately every action in a big company requires meetings, requires coordination between all of the different sectors of a department to work together like a cogwheel, like a set of cogwheels, in order to keep the project on track. And my opinion is simply that what it boils down to is, like any other big company, yes, they could have kept making skins, but the amount of time it takes to design a skin that is practical for the game, a skin, doing research and development on whether that skin will even sell based off of what do you call it? Other metrics, like determining what kind of skins generally do sell. And I mean, like, when you look at different skins in games, there's some skins that are way more popular than others. And the ideal scenario is to always have a big hit whenever you release a new skin. You don't want to release a skin that's going to do very poorly. You want to release a skin that's going to do very well, because it's just like a movie. Whenever someone's producing a movie and they release it in theaters, if it costs you $100 million to make a movie, and you make 20 million on your opening weekend, that your movie bombed. That's like the worst case scenario. If you want your movie, if you made 100 million, you want to make 200 million on the first weekend. So there's a lot of problems where like when it comes to making a new skin, you want to try to make skins that are practical for the game, that look appealing for the players. You want the players to want that skin. You want to appeal to a major demographic, the biggest demographic of your audience. Like, you want the majority of your audience to want to buy that skin. And there's only just so many options that you can do that maintain that StarCraft feel, that theme for the universe, before you start going into the Call of Duty skin making, which is where you start releasing skins that make no sense whatsoever. And then you might also end up going into the legal loophole, or having some making some skins that might cause some legal issues, because you might enter another IP's looks or lookalikes. Anyway, that's irrelevant, of course. But basically, it boils down to the amount of money that it would take to make a new skin for StarCraft 2 for any race. At the point that they stopped supporting the game is the time that they decided that the last skin that they made and released probably did not net them as much money as they would have liked to see, because the player base had dwindled probably to the point, or it just didn't do as well. I think the last skin they released did very well, but I think it just boiled down to comparing the sale of skins in StarCraft 2 to, say, a World of Warcraft expansion. You know, World of Warcraft's still doing very well to this day. It's still going strong. It still has full support. You look at Candy Crush, that game requires very little maintenance, and that game is doing very well. And then you compare those games where one requires way less maintenance than the other, and both those are doing well, but StarCraft 2, the player base is dwindling, and there's only so much more that you could do. There's only so much more money to be made from the game. They obviously decided that Overwatch 2, I should just say Overwatch and Overwatch 2, had way more opportunities to sell more skins than StarCraft 2 ever could. Overwatch is one of those games where you could release a goofy skin like a clown skin for someone, and it makes sense, and it doesn't take away from the game, because the game itself has all sorts of different themed skins. The department in that the artistic department for like the art in general, the developers were able to go crazy with making skins for Overwatch compared to StarCraft 2, where you have to make skins for these units that you need to incorporate an incredible amount of detail into a model that's pretty small. I guess I could have just shortened it down and just said that it boils down to how much money Blizzard will make from, like, comparing releasing a skin for StarCraft 2 to, say, releasing a skin for Overwatch, and Overwatch would net way more money than StarCraft 2 ever could. Or selling a skin on StarCraft 2 versus a new expansion pack or World of Warcraft. Like, the amount of resources it takes to make a skin in StarCraft 2 probably exceeded the cost that it would take to release an expansion pack for World of Warcraft, or to just make a new skin for Overwatch, because Overwatch didn't really didn't have like a crazy amount of maps being added into it compared to StarCraft 2 always needing new maps. So I yap way too much, and we're probably like 30-40 minutes into reacting, and it's only been 17 minutes of this video.
And kind of the final thing, I felt like the thing that got supported the most out of Blizzard for a very long time was the co-op commanders. And to me, it also felt like that was extremely successful. It kind of connected people that loved campaign stuff. But also, I know a lot of people that just enjoyed playing just the 1v1 and weren't super into campaign or arcade, but really enjoyed playing co-op. I myself have probably sunk over 400 or 500 hours into co-op together with Uppetry, and also together with my wife. Like, we used to play a lot. It's such a kind of an easy game. And we used to have these 6-month cycles where there would be a new commander every 6 months, right?
Yeah, it used to be even faster than that. I mean, immediately post-launch, we were trying to do commanders as fast as we could, basically like once a quarter. But yeah, it slowed down over time. Co-op was kind of the surprise success of Legacy of the Void. Nobody on the team expected it to become the most popular mode, but it did. And I think in hindsight, it makes a lot of sense that as a mode, it appeals both to campaign players who really index towards PvE or playing against AI, and that competitive players would use it as kind of a fun break from the stress of ladder. But there's still enough skill involved that they didn't feel like it was too dumbed down for them to enjoy.
The mutations did a fantastic job at, I think, increasing the difficulty and giving unique challenges as well to. I mean, there was only so many missions you could play. And I think the mutations made a lot of that feel kind of unique. How much of, kind of to go back to 2014, how much of the co-op stuff was already in place when you joined? Or was that kind of still cooking at that point?
It was still cooking, and it was not a given that it was going to ship with the game. It was kind of a controversial feature in as much as it was taking design time away from the rest of the game, and there was a feeling that by the second expansion, we kind of know the core game modes, and adding a whole new core game mode like questionable value.
What's
And-
the point?
Yeah, yeah. And I, had come from this other Command and Conquer game that had a very similar formula to what Co-op Commanders was doing, and I was a big believer in the potential there. We didn't get to launch that game, so there was no commercial validation of that. But to their credit, the designers working on it really defended it and got it across the finish line and did a great job with it. I think it exceeded everybody's expectations. So.
Yeah, it's really good to play. Even now, like I enjoy playing it, and like I said, mutations are very challenging.
It's funny that he says that, considering that Legacy of the Void came with 2 new game modes. One was co-op, one was Archon mode. Archon was the competitive 2v2, but technically 1v1 game mode that you would think that would have done really well, and it died within the first year or so, or it died very quickly, I should just say. And then you had co-op, which the developers, and higher up, weren't so sure that was going to succeed, and ended up becoming the most popular game mode. So I mean, it goes back to Giant Grant Games' his poll that he had done, where he asked, I forgot the question necessarily in the word for word, but it was basically asking where the player base usually stood on games like StarCraft 2. Where are the majority of the players? What are they mostly doing on the game? And 80% of the players were playing campaign or co-op. They're playing the story. They're playing like the modded missions of the story. They're playing the co-op missions. They're playing custom campaigns, stuff like that. A lot of players prefer the story mode. They prefer single player. They prefer the co-op gameplay. So, I mean, you got to appeal to the majority of your audience, which is going to be into that co-op campaign, into that story. People love story.
Which is a good time. All right, that kind of moving. At some point, StarCraft 2 kind of went into maintenance mode-ish. First you got the free-to-play, and then afterwards it kind of, I don't want to say went downhill, but it felt like there was way less new content coming out. Was that during that period where you were looking for new opportunities, or were you looking within Blizzard to create a new RTS? What was kind of your mindset? I guess this would be 2018, 2019?
Yeah, I think my hope and the hope of many others on the team was that we would get to build a new RTS within Blizzard. And I still hope that Blizzard does that at some point. Again, the challenge is that other genres of games that Blizzard produces are hugely more profitable and have hugely higher player counts.
Money talks. And a company like Blizzard will follow where the money goes. And when you're an executive running Blizzard, looks at games that developed recently, you look at Battlefield 6, the success that game had when it first came out. You look at the success of Fortnite. You look at the success of these other story games. The success of Diablo 4, Lord of Hatred. The success of Resident Evil Requiem. The high anticipation for Alien Isolation 2. You look at all these other games, and then you look at Stormgate, how that game bombed. You look at Zero Space, how the popularity of that game diminished. You look at the initial somewhat success of Tempest Rising, but then you look at the player count today, and you realize there's no sustainability right now with a lot of these newer RTS games that came out. Why would we want to dump our resources into a market that does not have as many people jumping on board it and playing or investing into? Now, of course, Blizzard could look at it from a different way and be like, well, that just means that if we decided to make a new RTS, we could dominate the RTS genre with another big hit that's better than that we could potentially even exceed StarCraft 2 with its next game, which of course people would love to see start as StarCraft 3, but I personally don't care either way if it's StarCraft 3 or just a different game. Like there's a lot of anticipation for Dawn of War 4 right now, right? That's the next big RTS game that people have a lot of hopes for, lots of high hopes for. So essentially it's going to come down to if there's ever going to be another successful RTS game, these developers have to follow a few simple rules. Don't make these simple mistakes that these other devs made with Stormgate and Zero Space. Specifically Stormgate. First one, don't listen to pros. Pro players and these content creators who claim to be pro and tell you that this is how you should balance a game, the game should be played this way, telling you how your game should be played. Don't listen to them. They are the ones who usually kill games. Look at Kane's Wrath. Look at StarCraft 2. Look at Stormgate. You listen to a couple of these dickheads that tell you how your game should be rebalanced. And what happened? The games are all dying or dead. That's actually the main thing, the main takeaway. Artosis said it best, is that as a game developer, you should make the game how you want to play it. But I go further and say, make the game how you want it to be played, but also make sure that the game is fun. Game needs to be fun. If you're not having fun on your own game, how do you expect other people to have fun on your game? Okay, it's as simple as that. Games should be developed for fun, not for competitive gameplay. If competitive gameplay is your first objective for the game, it's not going to do well. And then on top of that, if your game is going to have a story mode, the story mode needs to come first. That's your top priority, because that's where the majority of your player base is going to be, is with the campaign, the story mode. Well, I mean, the perfect example is me with the Space Marine 2. Space Marine 2 has a competitive game mode. I haven't touched the damn thing. I finished the story and that was it. Some people do not stick around long term. But the thing that matters the most when it comes to a development team or a game studio are sales. How many units did you sell of a product? That's all that really matters. I mean, it's not the only thing that matters, but it's the main thing that matters. How many units did you sell? And how much overhead cost did it? I mean, how much was the overhead cost? Did it exceed profits? Did it exceed your projections? You know, it's these simple questions that you just have to ask yourself as a developer. Yeah, it's just the game should always be made for fun. That's where StarCraft 2. That's why StarCraft 2 was so successful, and games like Stormgate were not. You had not the same, but you had a lot of people from the development team of StarCraft 2 and Warcraft 3 that worked on Stormgate, and partially due to mismanagement of funds, but largely due to mismanagement of the game developments, as a whole, the game didn't do so well, despite the fact that the team consisted of people who worked on two majorly successful RTS games. Those games were like the people who were in charge of Stormgate were being managed by other people who were in charge of those other two projects. So it's just it's so simple, and yet it's something that's always overshadowed, is that games always need to be developed for fun first. If you're not having fun with your own game, then you're not having fun. But then how do you expect other people to have fun on your game if you're not enjoying it?
So, it just makes business sense that when you're in charge of Blizzard and you've got to make the decision about what game to build next, you're probably going to build the thing that has the biggest potential in terms of players and in terms of money, because it is a business at the end of the day. And I respect that, but obviously love the genre, love RTS, and if it wasn't going to be possible to build another one at that time at Blizzard, then I decided I would try to see if we could do that outside.
In what time window? Is this like 2018 where you're thinking of that, or when?
At 2018, we were still advocating and trying to find a path forwards. Inside 2019 is where it became evident that that wasn't going to be possible at that time.
How does that look like? Like within a company like that, do you just go to the CEO at the time and be like, hey, I'd love to make an RTS? Or is it a lot more formal? Like how is that process? And where did you feel like it got stuck?
Yeah, there's sort of every company does this differently. At Blizzard, at that point in time, there was a group that was the product strategy group that consisted of some of the company leadership, but also game directors from other teams around Blizzard. And so there were some discussions there. There were some discussions with leadership, Mike, when he was still there, but then also J. Allen Brack and Ray Gresco, who were in charge when I left. And I think to a person, all of those guys are fans of RTS. And so it's not that anybody doesn't believe that it's a great genre. I think it's just, they have to make the best business decisions. And I respect that.
And how do you just go there with a PowerPoint and you go like, guys, listen to this, Warcraft 3, but 4, and then they go like, well, or they go like, I'm kind of imagining like an American Idol vibe, where they press the red button or the golden buzzer. Like how like what is the actual setup like? Like, do you actually go in a room with like 7 of these guys and then you have to pitch, or
it's not inaccurate. Yeah, you do go in. You usually have a PowerPoint. And try to make your case. And there's a certain amount of discussion with you, but then there's also obviously a certain amount of discussion that those guys have behind closed doors. And at the end of the day, at that point in time, Blizzard rolled up into Activision. And so there's even a layer of then pitching their annual operating plan, what projects they're going to be building up the chain. So they're not even the ultimate, like there's an owner company that has to weigh in.
Gotcha. All right. Interesting. Yeah. It really sucks because it feels like there's such a large audience that super loves StarCraft 2. And even now, with like the recent patch changes announced, you notice that there's like a huge kind of sleeper cell, like StarCraft 2 players that are waiting to be activated, just legit anything to get back. I always felt like there's such a huge market for it, but yeah, if the big boys don't want it, then it is what it is. I have one more question. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think this is the struggle for RTS, like Blizzard or anywhere else. Microsoft, EA, anybody who's done big RTS. The struggle is just that as passionate and it's amazingly passionate. Like this, I've never seen an audience that's as stable in terms of sticking around for over a decade after the launch of StarCraft 2. It's amazing. Like it's a very special audience, but it's a small audience relative to other genres. It's millions, but in terms of the guys who stick around, it's single-digit millions. In terms of the guys who show up for a new launch, it can be double-digit millions. But there are other genres that at launches will hit triple digit million, like there are some bigger genres out there. So RTS has been eclipsed in terms of size. And I think any company that's ultimately about trying to drive sales, and that's, public companies are about trying to drive sales. It's just, it's the way our economy works. They're always going to be motivated to go for what they believe will be the biggest thing. And it's hard to argue that that's RTS. Like stuff does go from passionate audience to really big. It's possible. And that was very much the thesis behind what Frost Giant was trying to do. I mean, it's why Frost Giant got funded, is that there are people out there who believe that this passionate audience can help grow something large, but there's no proof. Nobody's ever done better, honestly, than StarCraft 2. Like I've seen the numbers for the EA games. I'm at least familiar with the numbers for the Microsoft games. Star 2 is the high watermark for RTS, and that's nowhere near as big as the other games that Blizzard makes.
All right.
Yeah.
I have one more question about kind of the Blizzard period, and then I want to move on post Blizzard. Is there anything you feel like you guys got wrong during your period there? So from 2014 to 2020, where it feels like this was a really big missed opportunity, or I wish we would have, I wish we would have gone for 8 workers instead of for 12.
I mean, there's a million things that you're not sure about.
Could you name some?
Just try. Well, I mean, economy was a huge one. As you saw through the PTR testing leading into Void, we went back and forth on a lot of different balance decisions. Units, I mean, there were units that got completely pulled out and replaced. So, yeah, I mean, there's no objective right and wrong. Like, it's a very subjective trying to make the best decisions that you can with the information that you have.
Mm-hmm.
I wish that we had a little more time with Void. Like, I feel like when we launched Void, we wound up right on top of a Fallout, which wasn't ideal. And yeah, but it's still, I think.
What would you have wanted to add into the game? Why would you want more time?
It's more just polish stuff.
Okay.
I think a little more time doesn't get you new features or new content. It just gets you more polish. I definitely felt like we were, racing to hit a release, but every project kind of feels like that at the end. I think there's not a lot of developers who are like, oh man, we had plenty of time. It was a cakewalk to ship that game. So.
Okay, sorry, one more question about the Blizzard period. Was there any feature that was perhaps going to get implemented but got completely scrapped? Like something big that you recall from that period?
Not from the end of the game. I think, as you develop, you're always tossing out ideas along the way. But yeah, nothing stands out as a big regret of something we didn't implement.
Okay, cool. All right, then let's move on to end 2010s, I guess, so 2019, 2020. At what point did you truly decide, like, my time at Blizzard is over, I want to move on to something else? And how is that transition? Is the transition first, I want to quit, I look for funding and other people, or are you already kind of...
We are only 30 minutes into the video, and oh man, I don't know if I could do the full 2 hours. I definitely do want to check out this video, but man, I yapped a lot. I'm gonna have to just watch a lot more and just make my points after some time.
Like casting some lines out and see what bites.
Yeah, I think there were kind of 2 major moments. The first was the definitive, we're not going to make another RTS right now. And then,
Oh, I just thought of something I wanted to bring up. When he talked about how RTS, like, it's in like the millions, but then you have a lot of genres, a lot of more genres that are into the double digit millions, and then there are some that make triple digit millions of with when it comes to money and with retention of like players and stuff. Or I guess it's more about just the sales, less about the players. But like, that's the exact reason why RTS, the only way for RTS to become a That's the only way that there's ever going to be a glimmer of hope for a sequel to StarCraft, or just in general. The only way that you're going to see a AAA company invest any more time into an RTS is if a indie developer or a different developer altogether decides, hey, you know what? I'm going to jump in on it. And we have Dawn of War 4 that's currently giving us a glimmer of hope that maybe there's a chance that RTS comes back with that game's release. But because RTS games do not make anywhere near as much money as a first-person shooter or a battle royale or a MOBA game, there's just no real hope for a developer to consider making an RTS right now, because the interest is just not there in the majority of player base. In fact, a majority of the the potential customers for these companies, that's how they just see them as, a lot of them are into mobile games, and a lot of them are into card games and, you know, shooters. It's just not going. There's just, unless the general interest of the younger audience shifts back into RTS games, like, it's just going to be a niche genre. Like, RTS is just going to be niche, where the only way that you're going to get a new RTS game is if it's indie developed. And that's currently like the majority of the RTS games out there right now, the new ones. The exception of Dawn of War 4, like, you have Zero Space, Stormgate. Those are based, like, one of them is indie, the other is a startup company, you know, Frost Giant, which consists of ex-developers of Blizzard and EA, but it's like they're still fresh. They haven't proven anything. I mean, now they have, you know, they've proven that they can't do it. But yeah, it's kind of hard to make that a selling point when it's just not as profitable for the amount of resources that's allocated to an RTS compared to a first-person shooter.
You know, that gave me an opportunity to kind of survey what else is going on around Blizzard. Is there something else that I felt like I could help with? You know, spent a little bit of time having those conversations and kind of reach the end of that process. And that really, you know, there's only a need for so many product leaders at a given time at a given company, and there just really wasn't anything that it made sense for me to jump in and try to help out at that point. So yeah, I had a very friendly process of transitioning out. You know, I think just it's such a great group of people at Blizzard, and you know, we had seen some others. Rob Pardo had started Bonfire some years earlier. There was another group of former Hearthstone developers who founded Second Dinner that made Marvel Snap. So, you know, there were some examples of other leadership folks who had left to build their own thing. So, yeah, I let leadership at the time know that I was going to give that a try and see where it went. And I think from both sides, it was a very amicable transition. Like, you know, even as people came over from Blizzard to work at Frost Giant, we made every effort to coordinate that with Blizzard and make sure that we didn't have any negative impact of a particular person leaving. And in some cases, we would wait months longer just to make sure that we didn't negatively impact one of the projects at Blizzard.
And how were these? Yeah. When did you actually leave Blizzard? That was 2020?
I left at the end of 19.
End of 19. And at that moment, do you immediately start looking for funding, or did you already know you're going to work with Tim Campbell at the time, or like how's kind of that transition period?
Yeah, one of the hardest things about building an RTS is finding an experienced game director. Like, there just aren't that many RTSs that get built, and a lot of the guys, you know, like Dustin Browder,
Oh yeah, no, it's not his dad. It's Tim Morton from Frost Giant. He's doing an interview about RTS games and shit.
Who made amazing RTSs, had moved on to other genres, and I think were maybe not in a hurry to jump back into the RTS pool. Like there's so many other genres that game designers get excited about. So, yeah, Tim Campbell was a name that had come up even while I was still at Blizzard, of somebody who had evolved into directing games, who still was passionate about RTS. And Tim and I had even talked about collaborating on a Command and Conquer project years before. I'd never worked with Tim, but he was an obvious choice for me to reach out to find a co-founder.
And then once you find that co-founder, was that early 2020?
Yeah, probably. I think we probably started talking at the very end of 19.
So I wonder, because if Tim Morton is talking about the Command and Conquer project, I'm thinking he's talking about. He's probably talking because he compared it to how co-op commanders worked a little bit in StarCraft 2, and the Command and Conquer game I know that was scrapped at that time, because I played it a little bit on stream, was Generals 2. When I first started streaming, it was Command and Conquer Generals 2, and that game had it where, in order, like for multiplayer, you bought your generals in order to gain their tech trees, in order to then have those units, and it was going to be very heavily pay to win, and from my eyes, that was pay to win because you didn't have access to a unit that other people bought. So, for instance, I always use the perfect example, because it was the nuke truck. The nuke cannon, I mean. It was a artillery unit that shot small nukes at you. And only the nuke general had that unit, and he was not free. He was you have to buy in order to own commander. And so I saw that as pay to win, because it affects your multiplayer experience. I don't have access to that unit, but you do. We're both playing the same faction, but you have that unit, and I don't. So to me, it was pretty overpowered in that regard or very pay to win, and that's why I gave a lot of negative reviews in that game. And that's why a major part of why that game was scrapped. A lot of people had similar complaints. The game function, the way the game started off, wasn't very good. So, for instance, in StarCraft 2, on every map, they started that in late Heart of the Swarm, early Legacy of the Void, where on the mini map, I think it was actually they started that in Wings of Liberty. Wings of Liberty, like mid to the end of Wings of Liberty, they made it where on the mini map it would show player spawn locations. But if it was 4-player map, it would show all the player locations possible. So you didn't go to a base that stuff wasn't actually a player's base. But in Generals 2, you didn't start off with your command center. You start off with a refinery equivalent. So you're mining resources, but you're being revealed on the map. In order to hide yourself from the map, from your opponent seeing you on the map, you had to build your command center at the start. So imagine in StarCraft 2 where you're being revealed at the very beginning. So players see your pylon, but they can't, they can see all the buildings you're building, where you're placing them down, until they make a nexus or a hatchery or a command center. And until that structure finishes, they can still see what you're doing. Like, it was just so poorly done. That was not a good game design. And yeah, that could have been an easy fix to just add the fucking command center as your starting structure. But I don't even know how the hell they thought that was a good idea.
But yeah, it was early 2020 that Tim and I were really formulating plans and starting to see if there was a way to get this idea funded.
And then you start looking for funding. Is this mainly within your own network, or how does that process kind of work? Because you obviously have a lot of experience already, but you've never started your own studio before. Like, how simple is that?
Yeah, it's I had actually done one startup many years previously that was publisher funded, where you get a contract from a publisher to build a game. And that's a very different model where typically they have a specific like licensed IP that they want to build. It's a James Bond game or a He-Man game or whatever. And, you just
Was it
get
for
a
mobile or no?
No, mobile hadn't really popped at that point.
Okay.
It was 98 to 2010 that I was doing that. We did some PSP stuff, so that's sort of like mobile, but PC console mostly.
Okay.
But so I was familiar with that kind of publisher funded model. But to build a new game like this is really hard with publishers. You kind of need investors who are going to put money into a new venture because it's not a license, it's original IP, and it's a genre that, as we talked about, hasn't had the same success as some of the bigger genres. What I didn't know was that there was an ecosystem evolving to fund game studios at that point in time. I was completely unaware of that outside of seeing announcements for Bonfire and Second Dinner. So I reached out to this guy who is one of the leading games journalists on the business side, a guy named Dean Takahashi, who runs GamesBeat. And I said, who should I talk to? And he very graciously gave me some suggestions, and that got me started.
Okay. And when did you guys get your first round of funding?
Yeah, it was in the first quarter of 2020. We got our first term sheet, it's called, for funding. And very quickly after that first investor stepped up, a number of other investors, to use the lingo of that world, joined the round, but basically also agreed to put some money in to help us get started. And, it's a very new way of building games to me. Like, I've always either worked inside a big publisher or had a contract with a big publisher. So doing investor funded development was completely new.
When you pitch to them, do you have a very strong vision already? Or is it really kind of going like Warcraft 3, but 4, but a different IP? Like, what is because it's very difficult, I can imagine, to already have a strong game vision of what you want to do. You have like a general overview. How do you kind of sell that to them? And I guess my bonus question there is, do you feel like that pretty much puts you kind of in like a very narrow bandwidth of where you can operate as well at the same time? Because the moment you pitch a certain vision to them, do you feel the need to then deliver on that vision, or how free are you in that?
Yeah, these are great questions. So the first thing I would say there is there is a difference in pitching to a publisher versus pitching to an investor. Typically, a publisher is very focused on game features. So to use your example, Warcraft 3, but 4, the publisher is going to want to know, like, okay, so what are the new features that you're adding? What are the bullet points that are going to go on the back of the box, to think of back when there were boxes?
Yeah.
What are the things that are going to get players excited about that? For an investor, they're looking for a thesis. They're looking to understand what's the thing that this company is going to do that's going to produce, again, to use their lingo, a unicorn, that's going to produce a company that overperforms so much that we're going to see a massive return on this little bit of money that we initially put in. Publishers obviously want to make money, but they're not looking to 100x what they spend on a product. Not like they're going to be unhappy if that happens, but they're not expecting 100x return on every product. For an investor, they want to get, some meaningful percentage of their portfolio of investments to return 100x, to pay for all of the other ones that don't perform. But they're looking for those moonshots. They're looking for things that are super ambitious. And so this is actually one of the things that came back to bite us, because to get funded by investors, we had to have this very, very ambitious plan. And we did. Like, it's fun to be ambitious. But then delivering on that ambition is, of course, a challenge.
And what was the ambition that you sold in that case? Is that just because you say it's a lot more, it's less feature focused. So what did you, like, what is the ambition that you sell?
Yeah, so we touched on this earlier, but it's basically the idea that you can take a core passionate audience, which unquestionably RTS has, and you can build something that appeals to that audience, but also expands the genre to a much bigger audience. And if you look at things like going from EverQuest to WoW, as an example, EverQuest had very passionate audience at the time. I think I'm gonna not hit the exact numbers, but it might have been ballpark 400,000 subscribers that they had. And when Blizzard built World of Warcraft, their goal was to take that game and kind of smooth out some rough edges, obviously create a new universe with bring the Warcraft Azeroth universe along, and just reach a broader player base and try to expand on what that passionate core audience was enjoying about EverQuest. And WoW is, of course, the perfect example because it exploded. It's hit millions and millions of players. It's orders of magnitude bigger than EverQuest was. I think looking at Dark Souls to Elden Ring, Elden Ring's not quite the scope of success of WoW, but it definitely took a genre that had a very passionate following and expanded it to reach a broader audience. So our thesis was that we could build something that would appeal to that core audience, but also reach a bigger audience. That was the hope.
Yeah, it's like you're trying to sell a pen. It looks like any other pen, but you're trying to sell it to somebody and convince them that it's much more than just simply a pen. And Tim Morton, managed to get the funding for Stormgate, but definitely under-delivered because Stormgate ended up, unfortunately, being a flop. It didn't meet the goals that the player base wanted. The early introduction of the microtransactions killed the game. It's the same exact mistake that David Kim made with his game, with Battle Aces. Battle Aces, from the very start, gave me bad vibes of riddled with microtransactions. When you had lines put into your bullet points on your website talking about seasonal new units, and you have to buy your units, right? Like, those two things alone already tell me, okay, now not only do I have to buy my army, I now have to worry about my previous season's units falling short because next season units are so much more overpowered than the last one. So now I have to make sure to buy the new stuff all the time. It's always that FOMO, fear of missing out. If I miss out, if I don't buy those new units because I decide to go with the free-to-play route, then that means that, because I didn't spend the money, now I have to do it the slow, tedious, grindy way of unlocking units that ultimately hurt my gaming experience because I didn't buy them. I don't have the money for them. And then the idea of that from the psychological standpoint from the developer is get people, you'll either get people aggravated that they didn't buy the units and then they'll pull out their wallet and just go spend money that they don't want to spend on the unit, or they'll quit. The idea is to try to get people encouraged to buy something, but not to the point of them quitting your game or uninstalling your game. And that's what Battle Aces was going to do. It was going to force you to basically buy new units, hopefully, but because the gameplay was so fun, it would have encouraged you to buy new units, but it would make it where if you didn't have a unit, you probably would have stuck around long enough to either pull out your wallet or just grind and lose a lot of games to eventually get it. But you probably wouldn't have uninstalled it because games are so short and the gameplay is so fast paced that you probably wouldn't have. It wouldn't be as frustrating to deal with as, say, in StarCraft 2, where the games are much longer, or even in like a game like Age of Empires. Imagine a new unit in Age of Empires or Civilization where the games are so long and drawn out, but they introduce a new unit type that was incredibly overpowered. And your long drawn out game is now being shortened. Like your gameplay is being shortened because you don't have that unit because you didn't buy it. So it impacts your gameplay much harder, and it leaves that negative. I don't know if the connotation is the right word, but that negative experience lingers in your mind much longer because your experiences with that negative scenario has a much greater impact because it impacted you the most. Like, okay, you're playing a long drawn out game and you felt cheated because you didn't have this thing that you didn't spend money for. Whereas in Battle Aces, games are short, so it doesn't feel like it's as bad. But I don't know. Maybe I got it reversed. Maybe it would have been worse because shorter games are getting even shorter because I don't have that unit. Either way, microtransactions being introduced early on in a game's development cycle is very unhealthy, and both Stormgate and Battle Aces died as a result of it. Both of them made that same mistake. One of them was way worse than the other, but they both ultimately suffered the consequences of trying to get their players to spend money early on.
Okay, and you said you felt like this was kind of not the downfall, but it was a major downside later on.
And to be technical, because I'm sure somebody would be like, oh, but Battle Aces didn't force you to buy anything. They showed the microtransaction formula that they were going to go with, which was going to be highly predatory and the same mechanic as the gacha games, aka Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact is a game where you have to buy your characters, and if you want the legendary characters, you're spending at least $200 on one copy. And if you want to max out that character's potential, it costs you at least $1,000. So they were to go with something similar to that route of the FOMO of, the fear of missing out, FOMO, of if you don't have this thing, it'll hurt you later on.
In that you had to deliver on big ambitions. Is there anything there that you would regret from that early period? Would you wish that you made a less ambitious pitch, and then perhaps less money, and then
we wouldn't have gotten funded. If the pitch wasn't ambitious enough, we wouldn't have gotten to take a swing at the plate. I think this is the singular challenge of every single company that started up during this period, that it's really hard to go from 0 to 100 in one game. And you look at even Blizzard, who had many games and even many series of games to build up to what ultimately became StarCraft 2, both from a technology perspective, from a game mechanic perspective, but even from a team perspective, like the effectiveness of this group of people working together. Expecting a new team to be able to do that, go from 0 to massive success in one product out of the gate, it's just really hard. Hundreds of companies that started when we started ran into this exact problem. And if I look at the whole cohort, the only ones so far who I've seen really achieve success are the Second Dinner guys. And my hat's off to them. I think they're very talented, very smart people who just...
The what guys?
That started when we started ran into this exact problem. And if I look at the whole cohort, the only ones so far who I've seen really achieve success are the Second Dinner guys. And my hat's off to them.
I don't know what he's saying. Oh, Second Dinner guys. I don't know who the fuck that is. I don't know what that's a reference to. But anyway, yeah, so Stormgate being their big ambitious project, knowing full well that it was likely to fail because even with all the experience, like not every game is released as a huge success. I mean, there's definitely a lot of things that they could have done differently with Stormgate. Tempest Rising, same exact thing. There's a lot of things that they could have done differently to make that game a huge success. It's a matter of taking feedback and effectively applying that feedback, but also knowing when to identify certain feedback as negative feedback that's not going to help you overall, such as the pro players tell you how to balance your game. Sorry, that was definitely a big mistake because pro players from other games telling you how this game is not playing the same way that they want to play their main game is definitely not the way to go about it. It's completely different from listening to your average audience member who's telling you, hey, this thing doesn't look like it's very fun. Like, for instance, why do the units in Stormgate feel extremely clunky to control? Why is it that I'm having a hard time getting my engagements to execute the way I am envisioning them because units are dry humping each other and they can't attack. They can't attack anything. You know, like the brutes for infernals and the little like zergling little things. I forgot what they're called. Freaking brutes can't attack over a unit that's right directly in front of them because there's a little zergling in between them and that unit.
I think they're very talented, very smart people who just executed well.
You said in this period, what's the context of this period? Is it just COVID or and like a minor gaming boom or major gaming boom?
Yeah, there was a period from about 2018 to 2023, I would say. So roughly a 5-year period where there was a lot of what's called venture capital, but a lot of direct investment into building game studios. And literally hundreds of game studios came out of that investment period. But there are very few successes, unfortunately, to point to.
Okay. So you've got your capital. You got your first round was 5 million, 4.7?
Yeah, good memory. That's right.
Yeah, so just remember the headlines from it and my own YouTube titles. You got to clickbait a little bit yourself too. Right. So what is like the first kind of step from, is it just still you and Tim at this point? It's like, we got our cash. Like we could split the bag in two, but the investors wouldn't be happy. Let's hire some people.
Yeah, head for Mexico. That's it was very exciting for us, obviously, that we were going to have an opportunity to try to deliver on this vision. And there's a million decisions to be made about what's the game that we're going to build, who are the right people to build it, and just even sort of structurally, what's the right approach. So yeah, it was Tim and I going back and forth on those kinds of questions a lot at the beginning. There's some operational just foundation that needs to be built to hire a team in terms of setting up payroll and registering in the states where you're going to have employees and hiring accountants and bookkeepers and lawyers and just all of the mechanics that are necessary to make a company work. So there was a lot of that stuff going on as well.
What does in the gaming industry 5 million like buy you? Is it like a year of development with 10 people, 2 years with 15 people? Like what type of how much time do you have left on the candle, so to say?
Yeah, I mean, when it's just 2 people's salaries, 5 million goes a long way. But really structurally, each piece of money that you take gets referred to as a tranche when you're taking investor dollars. And so each tranche is meant to enable the team to do enough work to get the next tranche so that they can keep developing the game. And the expectation around what that first tranche of money does has kind of evolved over time, but it's typically called seed stage, and usually by the end of seed stage, there needs to be running software, and some amount of validation that the thesis, the idea that you're pursuing, actually makes sense, that there's some amount of traction, even if it's just qualitative rather than quantitative data, but that there is data that you can show to the investors that enable you to get the next bucket of money to keep developing the game.
And that validation can come from Twitter followers, YouTube subscribers, or wish list on Steam. Like, what's an important metric there for VC?
Yeah, at that point in time, soft metrics like social traction were acceptable validation points, but today, in this current environment, typically it needs to be harder metrics. Could be wish lists, could be sales in a isolated regional market that you've launched into test. Could be retention metrics from a closed beta. Like there are different sort of more stringent criteria today than there were 5 years ago. But
that has a lot to do with botting. Like the reason why they want harder evidence, more or less, to prove that something has potential is because the amount of times that a game has gotten review bombed, for instance, in the last 5 years, because a developer did something that pissed off a certain audience, and a game went from highly positive to incredibly negative. Look at Helldivers, for instance. Helldivers 2. Forced PSN login. Okay, review bomb time. Watching the game from overwhelmingly positive to overwhelmingly negative in 1 day just shows how invalidated, review types, reviews are of games, like Steam reviews, because they can easily be inflated by bots, bot armies, unfortunately. So because of the way that people have weaponized review bombing, it kind of invalidates that as a metric, that a reliable metric for companies. So they have to do something different. Like you said, player retention numbers from a closed beta test definitely would give you an idea of how great of a game that you're developing, like the process, how our players enjoying the game's development. Battlefield 6 had a lot of players playing that game in the last beta, and a lot of people kept playing the game. I saw myself playing the game constantly. StarCraft 2, definitely a lot of, in the alpha and the beta, it was so much fun. But yeah, there's been plenty of the betas that are like, well, this is dog shit. Generals 2 was the last beta I can recall. Or is the first one that I can recall, I should say, where the beta was so bad, I just didn't want to touch it anymore. But in general, you just get the information, the feedback from your own data. You're not relying on an outside source to, like people providing to an outside source for you to see this data as validation. So.
Yeah, at that point in time, softer metrics like social metrics were okay.
Okay. And at what point do you start developing, like, this is really what I want to build? Because I remember from the first few times where I would talk with you guys, the phrase you all used was, we have to build the tools to build the house first. But what kind of comes first there? Do you first have the vision on, this is what I want my game to look like? I want to be more StarCraft. I want it to be more Warcraft. I want it to be more Command and Conquer. And then we can build those tools? Or is it a very long exploration process and you just kind of hope that you cover most of your bases in the...
I'm going to go ahead, before he even says anything, I'm going to take a guess that you would want to know what your limitations are going to be for your engine for the game that you're developing. You want to get your engine built before you put the foundation around it. I mean, that's just my guess. You want to have you have to have some sort of vision of what the game is going to be like, but the engine, I think, comes first. But let's see what he says.
Early game of building a game?
there's a lot of vision setting that can happen through discussion and write-ups, sort of paper design at the outset. And it's stuff like, you'll remember we posted a number of questions externally, and we had some summits where we would talk about things like, should there be heroes or not heroes? What's the right design philosophy there, or time to kill, or there's so many granular decisions that go into what should the game be, and so that stuff goes on at the same time so what you brought up, foundational technology work is going on, and on the technology side, we benchmarked Unreal, and just the number of networked entities that could be on screen at one time in Unreal, primarily because of the network architecture, not anything to do with the graphics, was lower than what we needed. And it really is just a byproduct of, most engines are not designed for RTS. They're designed for other genres that have less units. So yeah, there was some very heavy lifting on the technology side that was going on, but there was also a whole lot of conceptualization and kind of back and forth happening to design out specifically what do we want to build.
Basically, what I was thinking, yeah, you might not know exactly how the game's going to look just yet, but you have to get your engine going first. You need to know how much power your engine is going to be able to produce. You already know, like when it comes to RTS, like you said, because a lot of these engines are not developed for RTS, because RTS has hundreds, if not thousands, of objects in a single instance, versus, say, a third-person game like, let's go with Resident Evil, because that's one I used a lot of examples of. In Resident Evil, you have your room that's being rendered, because depends on how strong the engine is. I'm sure like there's quite a bit of the environment that's rendered, but it's like, I would imagine not. It would definitely be in the hundreds. I want to guess 100 to 200 objects a typical engine would render. I don't know, because I'm not in game development. I wanted to go into it a long time ago, but I'm just envisioning, like, in a simple room, like, let's say, depends on the complexity of the room too. But if I'm thinking a small bedroom as like my example, you have your bed, which is made up of multiple polygons. Yeah, it could be, just in general, like, oh man, yeah, several hundred for sure. But yeah, RTS games, you have a lot of heavy lifting, because it's not just the units that you have to render, and you have to render in the environment as well. So you're talking about hundreds of units being rendered on top of the environmental objects being rendered, plus you have to have sound commands, or sound. It's I forgot, whatever you want to call it, like the ambient noises, the music, that stuff that comes into play as well. But like the engine itself, it has a lot of things to render simultaneously, a lot of moving parts, and there's smaller parts, but there's a lot of them. It's like going from it's like going from observing a zebra walking in a desert. You're watching an ant colony form its home, I guess you could say. Like, you're watching an ant colony develop. Is how I picture an RTS game compared to any other genre, like a third-person game, or even like Fortnite, like a first-person, third-person game. So it's like you have tons of objects that have a pretty decent a sizable amount of polygons. They're still being used to render their detail and stuff. But yeah, there's just in general, you have to build the engine in succession to, like, how you visualize your RTS being made, but you don't necessarily have to have the finishing parts or anything just yet. Obviously, when it comes to how the game is going to be played, just you need to at least develop an engine strong enough to handle what you think you might do.
What engine is StarCraft 2 built upon?
StarCraft 2 is an internal Blizzard engine, and it evolved over the years from some of the prior Blizzard games, but there was a tremendous amount of new work that team did to build that engine internally.
Okay, so that is something you couldn't just take over. Was that ever a thought where it's like maybe we could rent this from Blizzard or like buy a license for it?
We did have some conversations, informally around, is there other tech, including Blizzard tech, that we could leverage? But yeah, it's pretty hard to be able to license somebody's internal engine. There are examples out there, but they're pretty unusual.
Okay. I had one more question because you mentioned the survey, and this is one thing that people will often when they discuss Stormgate, they'll mention the surveys and the amount of feedback that you guys took as a major point of critique rather than as a strong point. Often using the phrase designed by committee rather than having a strong game vision. Do you feel like this is fair feedback or fair critique that you guys lacked a vision at that point and were just looking for whatever? Or do you not feel like this is at all representative of what was happening at the time?
I think there's no question that ultimately what we produced didn't resonate the way that we wanted to. I don't agree that that's a result of soliciting input or that we did design by committee. We didn't. Like we had a very specific vision, and we would test that vision with the community. And when we got strong feedback that they, really felt strongly wouldn't play the game if we made decision X, Y, or Z, of course, we took that feedback and reconsidered some positions. But it's not the case that we were just polling the community and looking at the results of those polls to build the game.
How did your kind of your feedback gathering differ from your period in Blizzard? So in my mind, there's kind of two periods in StarCraft 2. We have the kind of mystical Blizzard, which I would see as like the first 4 or 5 years of StarCraft, in which Blizzard had extraordinarily poor communication, felt like didn't really listen to any community concerns, and it spawned major problems for the game, like Swarm host, Broodlord Infestor staying in the game for an extraordinarily long period of time, despite everyone understanding that this was detrimental for fun, just as a concept. And then afterwards, I felt like the post Legacy of the Void, there was a lot of communication, at least the pro players as well. We had balance meeting a lot, and just more communication with the community overall. Do you feel like, where would you put kind of Stormgate on that spectrum?
Yeah, well, I want to talk just for a second about what you brought up about the shift at Blizzard, and give credit in two directions for the shift that happened. The first was when I was on Command and Conquer, there was this tradition on that team of having community summits, and they didn't always run as well, I think, as that team hoped, but just the sentiment of taking that feedback and incorporating that feedback was really positive. And so that was something I saw and believed in at EA and brought over with me. So definitely credit to that CNC team for doing that. And I think that helped StarCraft a lot. Those on-site summits where we brought important figures from the community out and had those conversations. The other piece of credit I want to give there is Dustin Browder, who had come up in the sort of traditional Blizzard environment where the feedback really started close to the game launch rather than early. and pivoted towards trying to take feedback just continuously and really.
I will say I do remember the days of when they would actually fly out some of the players from to come visit EA for like some ideas for some feedback for. I remember specifically it was Red Alert 3 around those times, Red Alert 3 and Changing Breath, that people were being sent in for Command and Conquer 4, which ended up being the last flop that killed Command and Conquer. But they did fly out people who they thought would be helpful. I wish that I was one of those people that got flown out to give feedback on that game. I don't think anything I said would have been taken into consideration, but it would have been nice, especially since I know some of the people who got flown out personally, because at that time, there's two people in particular that I can already name: Gunrun and a player that I used to be friendly with named I Am Zero. And yeah, I remember those two in particular got flown out to EA. And Gunrun ended up he ended up both of them helped with rebalance helped a little bit with Command and Conquer 4. I don't know necessarily what feedback they gave. I still remember when we were beta testing though, and we were giving our feedback back then. I said that I thought the gameplay was fun, but I also said that the gameplay wasn't Command and Conquer. So, but yeah, I thought it was a fun idea, but I don't think that it was overall a Command and Conquer game. We broke away from CNC, so
embracing that feedback, and I saw him do that very sincerely on Heroes of the Storm, and I think that example set such a positive example for the rest of the StarCraft teams. So I'm a
point of my statement was just that I remember the time that he's talking about with EA calling people in to help with feedback.
Big believer in involving the community. I think it's necessary to stay cognizant of where feedback is coming from. When you take feedback from pro players, it's important feedback, but it represents a very specific audience, and it's not the biggest audience for the game. It's an important audience for the game.
At least he admits that.
But just always trying to stay cognizant of the lens through which feedback's being given.
Like, yeah, you could take the feedback from pro players, but you have to look at it and realize that pro players make up a very small portion. It's like what Asmongold used to talk about with World of Warcraft and how Blizzard keeps taking feedback from these mythic raiders and listening only to them, but not to the majority of the community. So whenever Blizzard makes a new mechanic or introduces a new progression system in the new expansion, it always caters to the sweatiest of players, which is the smallest of their player base, the most, and it's the most boring shit that they keep implementing that nobody likes, and yet they keep doing this process over and over again. They keep taking feedback from the smallest percentage of the player base, and that's something that a lot of these developers need to kind of learn from, is to not do that. I mean, the only reason why WoW still even has a player base, it's nothing to do with the game necessarily being fun. Of course, I haven't touched the game in a while. The latest expansion might actually be fun, but the main thing that keeps WoW afloat is the nostalgia. Just like StarCraft 2, it's the nostalgia. It's the same reason why Command & Conquer still has a community that keeps servers running. It's the nostalgia. It's the amount of fun people remember having with the game, and they refuse to have that disconnect. They refuse to accept that this game is no longer fun, and I'm not going to play it. People are like, this game might not be as fun as I remember it when I was a kid, but because I love this game so much, I'm going to keep it running. I'm going to keep going.
Yeah, I'm smiling because I remember many a good balance meeting on site, which if
Let me
pro
go back
players
again what he says again.
Piece of credit I want to give there is Dustin Browder, who had come up Blizzard environment to the game launch rather than early, and really embracing that feedback. And I saw him do that, set such a positive example for the rest, involving the community of where feedback is coming from. When you take feedback from pro players, it's important feedback, but it represents a very specific audience, and it's not the biggest audience for the game. It's an important audience for the game, but just always trying to stay cognizant of the lens through which feedback's being given.
Yeah, I'm smiling because I remember many a good balance meeting on site, which, if pro players had gotten their way, my dear friend, StarCraft 2 would be in a very different space right now. I don't think it would have necessarily been a better space. So,
Yeah.
We kind of see what the space is like now, and this is because of the pro players ruining it.
It's interesting. There was an example of one of the CNCs before I got to EA that had kind of given over balance to a very hardcore community, and it did turn off mainstream players in a lot of ways. So there's some examples of that. But like I said, you don't want to lose your pro players either.
Yeah.
Like it's.
I can name Kane's Wrath. That was definitely one. That one I keep using as an example. You had pro players coming in, rebalancing the game, and then the game died. I'm fairly certain he's talking about that one. Riddler 3, I don't remember if that happened. I don't think it did, because the game lasted at least a year. Kane's Wrath didn't even last a year. It died very quickly because they listened to the pro players. If we go back.
EA that had kind of given over balance to a very hardcore community, and it did turn off mainstream players in a lot of ways. So there's some examples of that. But like
it's also why what do you call it? The reason why I say it's Kane's Wrath is because Bike Rush still plays Kane's Wrath, and I remember using Kane's Wrath as the perfect example of why you don't listen to pro players exclusively. I remember saying it to Hup in his chat, and he's like, "But Bike Rush still plays that game." I said, "Exactly." There's you have 30 people playing Kane's Wrath. Bike Rush is still playing it. Like, you might have 30 players still playing it right now today, but that game is so shit because of how poor the economy is, because of the balance of that game. Like, it's so trash.
I said, you don't want to lose your pro players either.
Yeah.
Like, it's important to try to keep everybody happy.
yeah.
The problem is that pro players make up the smallest portion of your player base, and they are the whiniest compared to the majority of your player base, which a lot of them care more about the story than anything. When it comes to balancing the game, they only want to have fun. They want to be able to have fun with the game. If you start taking their fun elements away because pro players want the game played differently through their image, then you're taking away 80% of your player base's vision to cater to the 10%, or the 2%.
For sure. So if you were to rate Stormgate kind of on that spectrum of where, like, when it comes to the feedback, do you feel like you just kind of took the Dustin Browder CNC approach and kind of copy pasted it onto Stormgate?
We tried to start that feedback process earlier in the development of the game than anything we had worked on before. For StarCraft, though it did come pre-launch for Legacy of the Void. Like, Star 2 had been out for quite a while, and even Void had been in development for quite a while by the time we started taking feedback. So this one, really, from the very beginning, we were trying to incorporate that feedback, and there were goods and bads. Like, I think it did, for everything that didn't turn out the way we hoped, there were a lot of things that did go right and did go well for the product, and I attribute many of those to that process.
Do you have some examples of that?
I think there was a point in time where we were considering not having traditional 1v1, that we would do something more hero-based and really change the win condition and change things more radically. There was a point in time where we were considering not having solo campaign and only having co-op campaign, and really making the game social only. Like, it's
That they tried with Red Alert 3. Red Alert 3, I think, did well, but the fact that you were stuck with an AI ally kind of ruined the single player. They wanted to force that social aspect, but I mean, forcing people to socialize with one another in a game where a lot of the players, I don't know. There was plenty of times in Red Alert 3, I remember, where I played with random people with their co-op campaign because they wanted somebody to play with. I recall that. I also recall playing a shit ton of 1v1s. And yeah, I don't know. I don't think that is healthy to only have co-op. It's cool. It was cool initially, but no single player option for that. Nah. I think you need both. I think you need to be able to play the game by yourself and with a friend. And I wish that StarCraft 2 had co-op campaign, not the way that they did it. I think they should have did that in addition to having the regular campaign as 1 to 2 players, or even 1 to 4 players. It would have been so cool to have, like, okay, you and up to 3 other people can go play the regular Wings of Liberty, Heart of Swarm, or Legacy of the Void campaign together, and just, play it out as a quad. Up to 4 players in total. Like, the maps change depending on how many people, and the difficulty of the mission gets increased based off of how many people they're playing. They could have done something as simple as that. Now, obviously, I say as simple. It's not really that simple. It's like quadruple the work for campaign. I think it would have been worth it in the long run. It would have spiced the game up enough to where they could have even done even more with comes to monetization. They could have made it where you could have gotten change. There's ideas, but I don't know if it's even worth saying because it's already up. But imagine a campaign where you can get unique skins for your campaign, unique lighting. I don't know if anybody here remembers Dota 2, what they did where they had a Christmas theme for their map. They only have one map. They don't have to do anything to that map, but the map's been the same since day one. But they made it where you can add you can have a theme for your map, or you can have a different announcer, which we already have. But I'm just saying, you can have I don't know. There's just so many opportunities, like different lighting for your shit. They could have done stuff like that for the campaign if they made it up to 4 players. They could have done. There's quite a few ideas that they could have done with the monetization with a proper co-op campaign co-op, making it where it's customizable, making it go up to 4 players, or even just if they didn't want to do up to 4, they could have made it up to 2. 2-player co-op campaign, regular campaign, and then you have that separate. Imagine, for instance, here's the idea. Here's an idea I just thought of right now that it's not really just thought of. It's more like just came back to mind. They could have made it where you already have the campaigns as it is right now. But imagine being able to play as the reverse campaign, right? It's like what people are already doing, but imagine it being okay, so now instead of playing as James Rayner, now you're playing as Minx, right? The reverse campaigns exist, but it's not necessarily the same as how I'm envisioning it, kind of. I don't know. There's definitely opportunities that were missed, but I do think that they should have had an option to play with at least one other person with the regular campaign, because that would have created a way more social environment for StarCraft 2 throughout the longevity of StarCraft 2's lifespan. In general, I think a lot of people in StarCraft 2, think about it this way: StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty, majority of players did not play 1v1s. Most people played campaign and team games and arcade games. Most people would rather play 2s, 3s, and 4s than 1s if they were going to play ladder. So with that information in mind, and with knowing back then, and like you would get instant queues for 2s, 3s, and 4s, just like in 1v1s. But the fact that there were so many more people playing 4v4s at the time, that's why I think that they should have done the campaign up to 4 players. A lot more people would rather play with their friends in as many of the game modes as they can versus playing 1v1s just to like stroke their ego. And I think that that's an important amount of data that they could have used to push forward like the future of StarCraft 2. They could have taken that bit of data and be like, okay, so maybe we should make co-op campaign. We should make not the co-op campaign necessarily that we have. I do like the co-op campaign that we have, but I think that the regular campaign could have been cooperative, like an option to play cooperative. A lot of people would love the opportunity to have like a Gears of War kind of campaign environment where you are playing as you and your friends are playing as all the protagonists, right? And that being able to do that in a RTS environment is something that has not really been done. So an example would be like in StarCraft 2, one player, like for the Wings of Liberty campaign, player 1 controls Raynor, player 2 controls the Marines that follow Raynor. In the second mission, one person's controlling Raynor's main base, the second player gets a base that's like somewhere else on the map, but you know they're able to reinforce at a different point. Like they're defending against the Hellions while Raynor's building up his army. I don't know. There's just lots of ideas that could have went with to make it cooperative.
The only way to play it, and both of those are examples of where we got such strong feedback from the folks that we talked to in the community that we said, all right, you know, we don't want to alienate people, so we will reconsider these decisions that we had been thinking of.
Okay, that makes quite some sense to me. When you are then developing, at what point do you have to start making kind of the decisions which you can't really turn back? Like in which time frame are we thinking? Like when we're in 2020, we have our funding pretty much. You start building. Where does it become really hard to undo certain changes? Or is it always possible to still undo certain things? Because when you guys announced it, you all kept talking about the 4 main pillars. I think co-op, user-generated content, campaign, and then the esports / 1 versus 1 experience pretty much. So you have these 4 things. And I think the moment you announce that, a lot of people kind of expect that as well in your product. Do you regret that portion?
I still think those are the right pillars. So yeah, I don't necessarily regret that. I guess to go to your question, big changes take time. And you know, for example, we pretty significantly revamped the campaign between early access and full launch. And that took time. Like that took time away from building more story missions past there to make sure that we get those initial missions to a point that feels better. But I think you always can do that stuff. It's just a question of priorities and really understanding what's important to players.
I'm really trying to get it. Often when I see in your interviews, when you talk about one of the mistakes that you felt like you made is that your scope initially was too large. But like, what would you say, chopping off, like which hand are we chopping?
Yeah, I think the better strategy, at least as it's been demonstrated by some of the games that did succeed, and I'll point to Tempest Rising as an example, was to start with just the basics. And Tempest Rising success wasn't big enough to get Blizzard or an investor excited, but it made more money than it cost, and that's the right thing to do for a first release. And so I come back to, I couldn't have pitched the Tempest Rising formula of, we're gonna just make another, Command and Conquer style game, but in a new universe. Like that's not an investable pitch. So Frost Giant wouldn't exist if that had been our pitch. But there's probably a pitch where you say, our first release is going to be this very bounded scope. And from there, we're going to build into this thing that is the unicorn, that is the moonshot.
Stormgate is game 2. And there's a game before Stormgate, which might just be campaign, and where you... Or Stormgate Ashes of Earth, as we wound up with, is a smaller scope than really delivering on all 4 of those pillars. But it's enough that it's going to build the player base that grows over time into something really big. And if you look at even League of Legends when it launched, and League is another one of these great examples of passionate core audience around Defense of the Ancients that exploded into a mainstream audience with League of Legends. It wasn't a day one massive success. It took time, iteration, polish, growth before it turned into the juggernaut that it became. And so this expectation of games have to have everything and just explode on day one isn't entirely reasonable. There are examples of games that do it, but it's very, very hard. It's kind of predicting lightning in a bottle is just difficult. Do you think the VC model just doesn't work as well for games in that case?
I do think that. And I think we've seen a whole lot less venture capital investment as a result of the underperformance of these hundreds of companies that VCs invested in but didn't have substantial success.
Okay. So one more time, just which arm, which arm would you chop? Would you say, what is the most important thing you think in like a predecessor to...
Campaign is the thing, not that we would chop, the thing that we would keep.
Okay,
campaign, and we knew this going in. Like, campaign was always the thing that was most important to us. I've seen comments out there that we were obsessed with esports, and that's just categorically false. The reality is that the easiest thing to build when you're building an RTS is 1v1, because there is no AI, there's no mission logic. You can play it with just a single race as a mirror match, and you can play it with just a single map. So it's literally the easiest thing to stand up, and it's the thing that you build first to just test out that the mechanics work, that the race makes sense. Unfortunately, campaign is literally the hardest thing to build and needs the most tooling. So it takes the longest time before you can start on it.
Like, you need a good story in the first place to even get started. You need decent writing team. You gotta get some voice actors. You gotta hire some voice actors. I guess these days they just use AI, which is shit. But voice actors, you got to get some concept art to think. Well, first off, you do concept art and then try to find a voice for that face, right? Like, it's not just you don't want to get the voice before the face unless you have an idea of, unless you want to draw a face for that voice. Either way, I think the face comes first, but you need a concept art for your characters that that your writing team put together. Like, these characters, you need a good, decent story on how these characters interact with one another. Then when it comes to the game development side, like the game side, I should say, that's when you need the maps, you need scripts, the visuals, what missions, you need a nice diverse amount, a nice diversity, like when it comes to mission objectives and side objectives. You need to find ways to get players involved in the missions where they're not getting bored. Like, for instance, Arcanum likes to bring up how in Diablo 4, the thing that he finds the least appealing about doing the story is that all it is going from point A to point B. Bring point B's object to point C. You know, and I know that that's typically what questing is, and RPGs or any RPG game. You're going from point A to point B. You bring cargo from point A to point B, or point B to point C. You know, it's just how it's always going to be. There's no way that's going to be like too much different. So in a game like StarCraft 2, for instance, it was interesting where it's like, okay, so the game starts off with you playing as Raynor in Wings of Liberty. Your point A to point B is you're going and destroying statues because they're spewing propaganda. And then from point B to point C, you're saving civilians from being held against their will by Minsk soldiers. And then point C to point D is you free. Well, I guess it's B2C is still the same. It's like you rescue the civilians. Mission 2, point A to point B is you're just going to go to get the artifact, but the side objective is you're liberating soldiers that are being pinned down. You know, like they make it. There's a little bit of diversity there. You know, compared to Mission 1. And you're unlocking a new unit while when you go from Mission 1 to Mission 2. You're unlocking the medic. So you have to have some sort of way, like a form of reward that you're giving players, and you need diversity. You need different mission objectives for each mission. You can't just have the same mission. All right, Mission 1, kill me. Mission 2, kill me. Mission 3, kill me. You know, it's not going to be fun. It's kind of like why the co-op campaign is kind of silly, because everything's about Amon. Like the co-op campaign is fun, but the story is Amon's coming to fuck us. You gotta stop him from fucking us. You know. I mean, like I understand he's the big bad and enemy who everyone's up against, but can we get a little bit different story? Like, how come we're not on Xeris and we're trying to, you know, hold off against the Pharaoh? And why does it always have to be Amon? Amon's coming to kill us. We must stop him from killing us for the next 30 missions. So, definitely need, yeah, just in general. That's all I want to say.
Yeah. When did you start with really the campaign development in the time frame? Well, because you launched was it early access was 2024 in August?
Yeah, good memory. Yeah, right at the end of July.
And 2025 July or June you launched 1.0, right?
August for our
full
launch.
August. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Which,
yeah. So like
for what it's worth,
where are we at in the imagine we're 2021. Do you already start thinking of level design? How many people do we have at this point? And do you have like a way more clear vision of what everything should be looking like, or are you still searching for answers very much?
Yeah, no, we started on building a story for a campaign as soon as the idea for the universe came together, and we were fortunate to collaborate with some really talented writers, and we had Mickey Nielsen on the team, but also Marv Wolfman, who comes from the comic book world, helping us craft characters, and then a number of other writers come in to help us build that storyline and just the world building around the universe. And for what it's worth, you know, we had sort of years of story arc planned out for the story that we hope to tell, but the tooling took a long time. You know, just getting Unreal into a state that it was able to perform at the same level as StarCraft 2's engine was a tremendous amount of work. And to then go from that to providing all of the mission logic tools that
makes a lot of sense why things felt off when it comes to timing. Like, he made the point earlier about 1v1s being incredibly easy to test how things are working, but the reason why it took so long for campaign to even like come into fruition. It makes sense when you're fighting against an engine that just does not want to work the way you want it to work. It now makes a bit more sense as to how things panned out.
The level designers need to build missions took a long time. And so unfortunately, the actual implementation of the campaign work got pretty compressed into the final period leading into early access. And yeah, that good games are a result of iteration. Anytime that you're shipping something that you've only just gotten working, that's not a good outcome. We certainly hope that early access would clearly communicate that this was still work in progress, but I think the expectations around early access are just higher than what we delivered, frankly.
You guys also opened up already to a lot of kind of testing before with quite long periods. What did you feel like the feedback was from? I remember the first test that we played where we could play pretty much just Vanguard versus Vanguard. I think we had a single map, these little speed camps. The game really revolved around those, which is what I remember as a 1v1 player. I think parting was extraordinarily good at that time as well in the internal testing. That was kind of the first launch, and I think a lot of people from like my tribe, the pro gamers, were pretty excited for the entire project. And then we got the second iteration, and I think the change that happened from version 1 and what we saw as version 2 felt quite underwhelming, I think, for a lot of us. Was that feedback, did you receive that feedback as well? Is that something that you felt in that moment?
There's from first exposure to players in any kind of scale, the amount of feedback that generates is pretty overwhelming. And there's always a backlog of work at that point, stuff that isn't done yet, that you're still working on. So yeah, I guess to hear you say that you felt underwhelmed by the kind of second pass from the first pass, I guess I'm not surprised, but I think that's just a byproduct of the volume of feedback and all of the stuff that was still in progress. And it suggests that we probably didn't do a good enough job of prioritizing the stuff that felt important to players and to you. But yeah, those early builds, like, there's so much work going on. The team is just scrambling. And I think for all teams, that's a really hard moment, that first set of feedback.
I was, in preparation for this interview, I watched some of the alpha footage for StarCraft 2. And I think on one of the BlizzCons, they basically show like a time lapse from very early StarCraft 2 alpha to then like 2006, 2007, 2008. And they show the gradual improvement. And it shows an extremely basic product at 2000. It's super ugly. It's pretty much Brood War, but worse somehow. And I find Brood War quite ugly. Remasters is a big upgrade, but I'm not a huge fan of the graphics. And that game looked very ugly in 2006, StarCraft 2. And then you see in 2007, you see like this major upgrade. And in 2008, you see this major upgrade. And this is kind of the mindset, the brain that I as an audience member had, was like, 2006, 2007, look what StarCraft 2 did. And then I saw Stormgate, what they did in 9 months, and I did not see that jump. Is there a difference in how development works in early 2000 compared to how it works in 2020? Because your first version 1 looks much better than StarCraft 2 in 2008, but the jump is much smaller. Why is that?
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, our real first, and I think you would have been there at that first community summit, the Greybox build that we did that was grid lines on the ground.
Yeah. I do remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that to being, I hesitate to say fully arted, but like properly arted with real models and stuff, that's a huge jump. So there's a little bit of a byproduct of when you saw it. Like, I guess what you're thinking of is kind of a later iteration, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I look at what we delivered in August of 24 versus the full launch in August of 25, and it's a pretty meaningful upgrade across the board. And we've done some of those time lapse videos as well. But I guess it wasn't my perception that we weren't making steady progress and steady improvement, but it's helpful to hear that from the outside, maybe that wasn't as evident.
I think it's, to me, a lot of it feels like expectations that are misaligned with what actual outcomes look like. So, for example, like I said, I think the Stormgate version 1 looks significantly better than StarCraft 2 in 2008, maybe even early 2009. But because then the jump from Stormgate version 1, what I perceive as version 1, to version 2 is much smaller, I think there's like a certain level of disappointment. And I think another thing that kind of gets added onto that is the fact that you're competing with StarCraft 2 directly every single time with every single build that you released. And this is kind of a question that I wonder about is, was your plan to market as like StarCraft 3 but different? Or was it kind of thrust upon you and then you were like, well, it kind of works, might as well take it? And do you regret that entire sequence? As in, do you feel like the expectations were maybe too high for a first-time game when it came to matching StarCraft 2?
Yeah, I definitely always, we set out to make a RTS in the style of Blizzard, because those are the RTSs we love. One of the biggest challenges for any game today is to get players to care that it exists. There's so many games that get launched. So, absolutely, we talked about where we came from because we wanted players to pay attention. Do I regret it? I don't regret those things. I totally agree with you, though, that there was an expectation mismatch, and it goes back to the scope and the ambition, but it also goes to, I wasn't there when StarCraft 2 started, but my understanding was that at the time that Wings of Liberty launched, there were roughly 7.5 years of development that had already happened.
I think it was on top of what Brood War did pretty much as well, right? And they just started with Brood War units, so I felt like they already had a pretty significant base.
Could be. That Wings of Liberty launched in 2010. I left Blizzard in 2019. There were 18 years of development to get StarCraft 2 to the point that we left it when I left Blizzard. So for a new team, some of whom have worked together before, but still a new team working with new technology to build something that's not only on the same level, but even better in some ways in 4 years instead of 18 years, with a fraction of the financial resources that a company like Blizzard has, that's ambitious. And so definitely, I think we were trying to do too much, and scope is a part of this, but just the expectations around can you not only like hit this baseline expectation of StarCraft 2, but then even add to it in a 4-year, it's just like that was extremely ambitious.
Was there so if we kind of go back to the main chronological timeline, do you remember when the first alpha tests were to public? Or to at least the internal public, I guess I would call it. And then you had like a bit of an advertising push.
I don't remember specific. I would guess, certainly in 23, we would have started some closed alpha testing, and then gone into wider testing throughout 24, leading into that early access launch.
During that period, I assume there's a lot of internal testing going on as well.
For sure.
Right? On concepts that are fun. Is anything more settled at that point? Where are you guys like, oh, we really like the way that the creep camps function? Or
I will say, because it's been a while since I said anything, one question I would ask is, why the hell do you guys, and it's not just them, it's also Tempest Rising, why are you guys so hell-bent on inverted scrolling in an RTS game. Because Stormgate's alpha was unplayable for me until they had the option to turn off inverted scrolling. That shit was fucking my mind up too hard to make it even worth my time to try the game out in the alpha for like a while before I could actually play it. Same with Tempest Rising. Tempest Rising, why the fuck do you have inverted scrolling? Why do these developers put in controls that make so little sense? If you're going to have inverted scrolling, make it an option. Like people like me who aren't forced to play with that crap. Simple as that.
I really like the way that eventually you introduce the Stormgate. Like when do you start being more secure on certain ideas, and how much do the external tests, so not within the company, kind of impact that?
I don't think I come more from the StarCraft 2 way of thinking than the Brood War way of thinking, and I'll tell you what I mean by that. I think the Brood War way of thinking is that there's this end state that you hit that's static. Like decisions have been made, they've led to this, and this is the product, and this will be the product for time immemorial.
You're talking about the game development, right? Not the actual games itself.
The game itself. The game that is Brood War.
Okay, yeah, sure, yeah.
It's not going to change. Like it is what it is. StarCraft 2 was much more a living thing, and part of that is a function of breaking it in three between Wings, Swarm, and Void. But part of that is just an evolution and development thinking, that there isn't one right answer to this is what the game has to be. And this can, segue obviously into talking about the new PTR. But same thing with Storm. I think it's possible to build a game with creep camps, or to show this that's fun. And no matter what decision you make, you're going to piss somebody off. Like if there's one constant in the world today, it's that people are not unified in their opinions. But
exactly, this is why, despite the fact that a lot of people don't like the change from 12 to 8 workers, a lot of people didn't like change from 6 to 12. It's just why when you have people telling you they're not going to play your game if you make X, Y, and Z changes to the game, you can't really necessarily take that feedback as effective feedback unless there's like a lot of that posted, because you're not going to ever satisfy 100% of your player base. You're trying to satisfy the majority of your player base, and if you don't appeal to the majority, then you're going to lose the majority. It's like, if you're only appealing to a minority, those are the only ones who you're going to have around, surround yourself with. So, I mean, it's the same concept.
I think what we wound up with ultimately with Stormgates was an improvement, but it was an experiment. We tried. I think we could have stuck with creep camps, but I like where we got to with Stormgates.
Okay. Yeah. So the main difference there is that StarCraft 2 has a lot of extra patches, a lot of extra content, and you kind of consider the iterations of Stormgate as a way to engage the audience already, or just like in the searching process. Basically, what I'm trying to get is like the base state of the game. It feels like you don't have a very strong opinion on where that should settle at.
I think
you're okay with it being very fluid all the times. So it's okay to remove Stormgates 2 years from now and add a new mechanic if that generates new interest from the community and generally increases the fun.
Yeah, I wouldn't say so. I think fluidity is fine, and I think Star 2 had fluidity. I think for any given release, we were trying to achieve good balance for that release. We were trying to make the elements that we put into that release as good as we possibly could. And if we had an idea for how to make things better, we're not just going to say, well, that's for the next game. Like we're gonna explore that and see if it's good, and if it is, we're gonna incorporate it into the game going forward. And that's just game development, to be honest. Like before games release, every game goes through that process. Never has there been a game where somebody's like, this is the blueprint, we're gonna build this, and this is what we deliver. Like you iterate, you experiment, and as ideas show that they have merit, you incorporate them.
And do you think that doing this in a more public setting, like how Stormgate did it, is beneficial or disadvantageous?
I think for the quality of the game, it's beneficial. I think for player sentiment, there's a negative, which is that some players don't want to be a part of that process and, wind up generating some negative sentiment. And a lot of players are not interested in being part of development. Like a lot of players just want a thing that's 1.0 and finished. Yet, despite games launching and being called early access, when
they'll still engage with it, they just don't want to be a part of it. Yeah. They want the early access to play like a 1.0. They'll be disappointed if it isn't, but they don't want to help with the development, which is what the early access is for. Yeah. Is this something that you underestimated?
For sure. Yeah. And, I think there are examples of games that really were early access, but I think by the time we went early access, there were so many games like the Supergiant games. Those guys are an amazing team. The stuff that they put into early access is so polished and so close to finish that it just changes the player expectation of what early access means.
Yeah, which I guess it also works different if you look at it from the perspective of a big corporation. So the beta of StarCraft 2 was pretty much StarCraft 2 at launch. Like there were some minor balance issues, but I don't think a whole lot in Wings of Liberty got changed from beta to main game, except for like balance and some number tweaking.
Holy moly. Stormgate, I'm looking at it. Last 30 days, peak players 31, average players 11.3. 13 players within the last 24 hours, 10 within the last 3 hours. Oh my god, Stormgate's so dead.
Yeah. It feels very different. I have actually one more development question as well. Sorry.
Sure thing.
The StarCraft 2 engine, in my opinion, it just feels like by far the best of any RTS. And even if you compare it to MOBAs, it just feels super responsive. If you play a game of StarCraft 2 and then you play a game of Dota feels like garbage, despite there only being like 12 units on the map. Did you believe that you could match the feeling of StarCraft 2 easily and at a, I guess, not super high cost? And how hard was that, pretty much? Like how difficult did you find it to match the crazy feeling, and how close do you...
He kind of already answered this question. He's already building up and asking. He said it was incredibly difficult to get the Unreal Engine to work how they wanted it to. It took so much time for them to do it. And in my opinion, they still didn't achieve it, because he says we got it to be close to StarCraft 2, or he got it to be like StarCraft 2's engine, but it doesn't feel anything like it. In my opinion, it feels worse than StarCraft 2's.
You feel like you got the StarCraft?
We knew it wouldn't be easy. And we were fortunate to have a couple of the engineers who were very influential in achieving what StarCraft 2 achieved. I think the difference for us is obviously we started with an off-the-shelf engine. And even though the underpinnings that those guys built, which we wound up calling Snowplay, leveraged and even improved upon the techniques that they had developed during StarCraft 2. There's still some overhead interfacing that with an engine. And even at launch, we found in that hookup that there were some examples of lost input, which was really unfortunate, and I think really impacted pro player perception of Stormgate at launch. But absolutely, it's possible. It's a lot of work, and took us a long time and a lot of money to solve on our side. And ultimately, I think if you play Stormgate right now. I think we've gotten to a very good state, but took us a long time to get there. And I think it's easy for any team setting out to build an RTS to underestimate the amount of work that's involved in that.
If you were to redo this again with the knowledge that you have now, do you think you could cut a lot of the cost and man hours put into creating something like Snowplay, or do you think that the work just has to be done pretty much again?
Yeah, it's the only way out is through, I guess. You just have to do it. Yeah.
It's like more knowledge wouldn't have really gained you more here.
Yeah, there's no group of people more knowledgeable on the planet than these engineers. At solving this particular problem. So I think, it's a hard problem and it takes time.
Okay, interesting. My questions for you in particular are: what was your favorite race? What was your favorite race in Stormgate, and what are some of your favorite units that you're really kind of proud of on how they act in the game?
Sorry, what was the first part?
Your favorite race? Like, what's the race you look at? Like, I'm happy with this. Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to be the cliched player here, but because we spent the most time with Vanguard, and just, I started as Terran, obviously, in StarCraft. So I think that's where I was the most comfortable. And yeah, I don't know. They're all our babies, so it's hard for me to say one unit over the other. I think, there's game mechanic reasons to pick things, there's visual reasons to pick things, there's like emotional reasons to pick things, but I don't
one for each one of those reasons. I'm okay with it.
What was your race in Stormgate? I don't even know.
I played Vanguard. I was a big fan of the dog.
Okay, interesting, because that's obviously a very divisive.
No one else liked the dog. I like the dog. He slowed. I don't know.
I thought the dog was just a stolen. I shouldn't say stolen, but a reused concept from Command and Conquer, because the attack dog is in Command and Conquer, the first one between the Allies and Soviets. It's used in GDI and Nod. The attack dog is in Red Alert 2, Red Alert 3. It's like it's in almost all the Command and Conquer games. Like the only one that's not in is in Tiberian Sun. Although the attack dog is a mutant themed instead. It's a mutant dog in Tiberian Sun. And then in TNC3, there's no dogs. There's actually no mutants either. Just like the mutant hovel and like the basic mutant attack squad that you can make from that. But like, yeah, attack dogs are in TNC 1, I think, but they're definitely in Red Alert, the Red Alert universe.
Maybe I didn't like it for game design, but I liked using the dog. It felt very good to attack people with the dog.
Interesting. But good in that you were griefing people, or just good in that viscerally it felt good?
Yeah, I don't know. And I think those two for me are often closely linked. I play the game to annoy other people more so than to the enjoyment of myself.
I don't know if I knew that about you, but all right, I'll accept it.
It happens. I have a couple more questions, if you have the time. Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. When we're moving towards like the first launch, so early access 2024, how is that period up to that? Is everything at that point is just polish, or because you do want to show a very good product for early access, or is it more like we're still in development mode and 1.0 is a little bit away, we're still trying to add more features? Like what does that look like?
Well, I said this about Legacy of the Void, and I'll say it about Stormgate as well. I think every product leading into launch, you always wish you had more time. It was especially the case with early access. I think behind the scenes, the environment around investing in game studios had shifted radically by 2024. Even really by 2023, like it was just very hard for teams to get funding. And so, we were fortunate compared to many teams in that we had the funding that we needed to get to that early access launch. But, we had to hit the date. It wasn't like we could just add a couple more months of development like you can inside a big publisher. As an independent studio, you've got the funding that you've got and you've got to make it work. And so, I think it was stressful, certainly for the team, to just try to get everything done to the best quality that we can by that date. And
Hey, how's it going, Tenus? How you doing? Welcome.
we did deliver broad scope. I think the depth of polish that we were able to do on that broad scope was a lot less than we would have liked.
Did you have to pull your timeline further forward due to the lack of funding, or not? That wasn't the...
No, but I think all game teams, and it's just true of game development. All game teams find discovered work along the way that they want to do, and so it's just you always wish that you had more time.
Yeah. Then when you have your early access launch, this was, I think you mentioned before in an interview that the outcome there was very disappointing.
No, I'm not doing. I don't do videos linked from just random people. I choose the videos I react to, and then, as I said, I don't have Asmongold levels of moderation to weed out malicious links. So unfortunately, that's just not going to happen. But I appreciate the gesture, but I can't react to anything. I have to be careful because 3 platforms being streamed to simultaneously and reacting to videos simultaneously. Nah. If I find something interesting, I'll just react to it. But otherwise, I'm just gonna put in the effort to find stuff. I mean, you don't even see Asmongold just randomly reacting to stuff unless it's heavily moderated on his own Reddit. So, no, I'm just not going to search for anything. I appreciate it.
Right?
Yeah, we had seen tremendous interest, obviously, in having a big new RTS. And when you're so close to it and you're racing to hit all of these thousands of tasks necessary to generate a launch, it's hard to step back and really get a holistic view. But we hoped that at least the promise would be evident to players and that people would be excited to get in. But unfortunately, what we built just didn't resonate, and we didn't see the kind of player response that we hoped for. So.
It didn't help that a lot of their development time was in getting their engine to work. I mean, it's not enough of a justification for the slippery launch that they had, but it doesn't help that happened. And because he makes the claim of they have to meet deadlines, it's not like they have the luxury of being able to delay like they can with a bigger developer. They just have to meet the deadlines regardless. It's just that in order to meet these deadlines to get more funding, is basically what it comes down to, because of venture capital. Like, in order to, like, the money's being trickled down to you when you meet milestones, basically. And it's just unfortunate Stormgate did not live up to the expectations that we were all hoping for. I know a lot of people were hoping heavily for just seeing like a StarCraft 3, and It's just that was never going to be that was never going to be the case, because you can't just copy another IP. It just wasn't going to happen. Like, the game looks like it was going to be like that. Obviously, different universe. It could have been like that, but the gameplay itself was just too clunky. The engine just did not live up to the expectations. The performance of the game was just so ass. On top of unit control felt off. And balance aside, I felt like the game could have been fun, but there wasn't a whole lot of room for creativity. I felt like there were just some things, like there's just it felt too linear, in my opinion. I think that's what killed a lot of the drive the game had.
Was this the first time where,
Especially when you put a important macro mechanic that is creeping. Granted, they did get rid of that, but they replaced it with one that is the was it the storm gates? That the portals, basically. Like, you gotta. I do like that there's something that forces you to be aggressive on the map and get out on the map to be active, but I also like the creep camps killed the game too much. It was too important to kill creeps to get extra monetary value out of it and getting buffs. And a lot of the players quit because of that, unfortunately.
there was kind of like what I would call like an oh shit moment, like this wasn't good? Or did you have any indications before that point where it was like, this is not going how I wanted to? And I kind of want to tie in a question about creating on a very long time horizon in general. So most people, myself included, when I build something or when I do something, it usually finishes within a week or two. Like, even if I have a pretty ambitious video, I might maybe work a month and a half or 2 months on it, and then I won't finish it because it was too much work, or I will end up finishing it eventually. But it is a fairly short time horizon. With a game that is extraordinarily large, I can imagine that the motivation spikes and dips and morale spikes and dips. Were there any major moments before early access launch where you felt like, oh, I'm not a huge fan of how this is going? Or were there any moments where you felt like, oh, this is going much better than expected?
Yeah, I think every pillar that we talked about, we just hadn't had as much iteration and polish time as I would like, and particularly campaign, because as I mentioned, it took a long time for the tools to get to the point that we needed them to build the campaign. So, I think you're always nervous going into a launch, and you know that this is a moment when you're going to be judged, because everybody judges you at launches. But yeah, I don't think there was any feeling of, oh shit. It was more, I hope the audience will work with us in the way that we intend to continue to make the game better and get it to the grand vision that we had in our heads. And certainly, there are other games like Baldur's Gate when it launched 3, it was nowhere near as polished and good an experience as what ultimately became a game of the year. Like there are bigger
No Man's
examples.
Sky as well.
Clearly,
right?
yeah, No Man's Sky or Cyberpunk or 2 that get brought up. But I think it's actually kind of rare that games launch, get a negative sentiment and are able to turn that around. It does happen. And there are those examples that we can point to, but once negative sentiment is there, those are the exceptions. Like mostly it is pretty hard to turn that around.
Is that also more difficult because you are not part of a larger corporation, so funding is not as consistent? Like if Blizzard has for example, the Warcraft 3 remastered, I think was a huge failure initially, and then they still managed to kind of turn that around eventually, although 5 or 6 years, maybe 7 years later even than the initial remastered. Is that something that matters as well?
Yeah, it can go either way inside a big company. Like there are examples of products that launch inside big companies that just immediately get canceled if they don't get the response that they hope for. But you're right that if the company decides to get behind it, this is clearly, in the No Man's Sky example or the Cyberpunk example or even Baldur's Gate, like these are all companies that even though they're not necessarily big publishers, they had war chests from past products that they could leverage to continue to just really double down on addressing all the feedback. I think for us, the environment then in 2025, roughly a year ago, and frankly still today, is just very challenging for independent studios to continue to get funding. If you are not in a position to be able to sustain development based on the success of your product, then you're in just a very, very difficult position. And that certainly described Frost Giant after our early access launch. And unfortunately, it's the case for so many other studios today.
On a more personal note, were you also surprised by the hostility towards you as a person? It felt like it felt to me like how the balance designers often got attacked. There was a fella in Warcraft 3, I think it was called Karuna. I think he was just a Battle.net moderator, but he was the one that would do the blue post, and he would get flamed, and people would make like diss tracks about him. And then David Kim, obviously, I would not have wanted to inherit the David Kim at Blizzard.com account after he left. Was that surprising to you?
The level of vitriol, I think, was surprising. I guess what I would say there is, as a leader of a team, part of my job is to be the responsible person and to shield the team from that kind of stuff. And so if it's going to happen, I'm happy that it happens towards me instead of anybody else on the team. And at the end of the day, as the leader of the team, I am responsible for what goes wrong. I guess the part that makes me sad about it is that we do this to try to make people happy. Like, that's why we build games. And there are a lot of better ways to make money than building RTS games. Certainly we want to feed our families and pay our mortgages, but we're not in this for the money. We're in it because it's a thing that we love. And so I think for people to doubt that, that makes me sad, because and for people to come out of this with mistrust or anger, like that's not what we're here for. But that's the internet today, sadly. Like, there's a component of people who will focus and kind of be negative, and that's just a reality of where we are. I will say, there are some bad faith actors out there, and all communities have them. And unfortunately, we maybe had more than our fair share.
One thing that I think was kind of, to me, was annoying or painful to see was that you'd often got attacked on financial motives. And I think recently some financial statements got released, and it showed you loaned Frostgiant, I think, $500,000, as well as taking a symbolic salary of, I think, $1 for the past 2 years. I'll ask you one. It feels very frustrating. I've had a very similar experience when the Balance Council started, and pro gamers were kind of in charge of the balance. We're part of a larger committee. The amount of distrust towards that, and the personal hatred like emails that I would get, a letter to my house. I was very surprised by the amount of the pure vitriol that got spewed, and often just completely based on nonsense that they read on Reddit or in some private Discord server. I know that you said this is kind of your responsibility, but this must not be a very, I wouldn't want to be making another RTS game if this is the result of making a game that doesn't fulfill all expectations, because that part already sucks. And then on top of that, having, all the hatred, it must not be very encouraging.
Yeah, I think there's, there absolutely is merit in holding leaders responsible. So I don't want to downplay that, and I'll tip my hat here to Total Biscuit, John Bain. Throughout StarCraft 2, John gave critical feedback, and that was valuable. I really respected and frankly enjoyed interacting with John when he was with us. But I think there is a line between what's constructive and what is destructive. And unfortunately, internet culture today celebrates some of the destructive parts of that. And again, it's true in every community. It's unfortunate when those destructive elements kind of take over. And certainly, you see that on our Reddit. But yeah, it's just outside our control. It's
Okay.
It is what it is.
All right. Then I have one more question. In the period, from what I gather from our conversation so far, the period from 2024 to 2025, you seem to be pretty proud of what you and your team have achieved in that time frame when it comes to polish and the final product that you delivered. Is it then more sour in a way that the early access wasn't the success you wanted, and 1.0 also wasn't the success that you wanted, despite perhaps you feeling like the product deserves it?
I think the team did amazing things under great duress that last year from 24 to 25 of big active development. We've seen a little bit of kind of community-driven improvements since then, but really the big launch was August of last year. For what it's worth, we didn't consider that 1.0, like it still, for us, was not the full vision of what we set out to achieve. And even expressing that, I think, was controversial because I think players who believed in the game felt like we were undermining interest by saying it's not 1.0 yet. But hopefully some folks also appreciated that we were trying to just be honest and say this is not the end of the vision. Like we want to do more than this. So I'm definitely proud that we got it done. I'm proud that I think there is a lot of goodness in there. Wasn't the full vision, but I do actually think there's tremendous merit in what we delivered. It's such a difficult thing to bring players back when you've disappointed them, and our early access launch did disappoint a lot of players.
It's why I used to, I still say it all the time. First impressions are very important. If you fuck up your first impression with anybody, whether it's a job interview, you're asking someone out on a date, you're meeting someone for the first time, you're trying to make a friend, you're pitching a product, you're representing a company, any scenario, any and all scenarios, anytime it's your first interaction with someone, it's so damn important to give off a good first impression, because then you can build off of that. If you start off releasing a game, and the first thing people see is the microtransaction store, the performance of the game is trash, the game feels clunky, people have lost faith in your product, and they will not come back. Majority of people do not go back to games to give them a second chance when the game is further developed. and that's so damn obvious. Like you can see it with every game. Like a game that's built on a big ego, like as Stormgate was. Like they had a massive ego, in my opinion. Freaking basically the failure of Stormgate was a moment for them to be humble and admit that they could not produce a proper product. And it's like what people are kind of saying. We're just hearing a lot of excuses. I mean, I don't fault this guy. I'm not faulting a lot of this on him. I mean, a lot of this stuff is actually like it's just mismanagement. It's like he's part of the problem. He's not the only problem. So the problem is branches out to management, all members of the management team, all those who are in charge of the project. But like Tim Morton is not the sole person to blame, right? Mismanagement of funds definitely hindered the project by a lot, because when you're going to spend a bunch of your money on an office and you're loaning money out that should be used on your project, and it's just you're basically taking money that should be used to speed up your project's progression, and you're just basically saying fuck it, I need this money for something else. It reminds me of the Ashes of Creation situation that happened. Ashes of Creation was highly anticipated to be the best upcoming MMORPG, and it was heavily funded by players. It had a lot of backing, investors. You had like multiple investors investing into this game, spending millions of dollars on this game, multi-million dollars, and you had one guy basically just steal a bunch of money from the project, stealing money, using it to buy himself and his boyfriend a house, and stealing the money for themselves and all this other shit, and killed the project completely. The game was been under development for like over 10 years or something like that, and just completely waste of time. There's no return on investment. The money is stolen, and now there's a massive freak. It was just a mess, like a massive mess that was left behind, and that's because of nobody freaking checking the books, seeing what's going on. And Stormgate is similar in that lots of mismanagement with the funds, mismanagement of the overall product, the project. Just unfortunately, it didn't live up to the expectations. They had too much of an ego. It kept on emphasizing ex-Blizzard employees that worked on StarCraft 2, Warcraft 3. You had ex-EA employees who worked on Command and Conquer. So we have a lot of talent backing this project. We are capable of delivering your next RTS game, and it did not do anything of the sort. So, yeah, but he's not the sole person to blame. He is a person to blame, but just because they failed in really fulfilling their obligation to release a quality product does not mean that we do not give them another chance with another game. It means that the next project that they do come up with, you proceed with caution, and you do not dump $1,000 onto backing a project without some sort of proof that the funds are not going to be squandered on a fucking office building.
We certainly saw that in the numbers for the full release. I've seen so many other teams since then go through this same cycle of having a disappointing first showing and trying to resuscitate and doing, tremendous work to try to do that. But it's just really, really hard to come back from that, unfortunately.
It's like I said, when you give off a bad first impression, you just can't, it's so much harder to try to recoup an audience that you've disappointed. Just do the right thing in the first place. It's really not that hard to just just freaking make the damn game, and you didn't need to buy an office when your project started from working remotely. You could have saved so much money and spent more money on hiring more talent by working remotely. And I don't know if that had anything to do with licensing, like needing to have some sort of licensing for hiring people who are working around the world or whatnot, but it just seems like it would have been so much cheaper to just have everyone remote in their data into a centralized source, compile it. And if you really wanted an office building that badly, you could have chosen a much cheaper location in a state that has a higher or not higher, sorry, a lower cost of living. So you could have they could have done so much better. Why they decided to spend so much money on an office building in fucking California beats fucking me. Like, that's the worst decision you could have made. Yeah, just in general, there's a lot of things that they could have done differently. I'm sure that if they could do it again, they would probably remake the mistakes again, like getting that office building. They probably wouldn't learn from that. They probably would have said that was a necessary expense. But I don't know. I don't know what they would have done differently, to be honest. But yeah, definitely. If anything, I wouldn't be if your future projects definitely wouldn't be giving people like this guy any money for him to manage. Would definitely want someone else managing the funds. He could have some other role, as long as he's cleared away from any sort of decision making and where the funds is allocated to.
What kind of is the roadmap leading forward, and what have you guys been mainly thinking of doing in the past? What is it, like 10 months now since release?
Yeah, for me, the thing that keeps a company going is having a project that has funding behind it, so we can pay people to do work. And so my focus has been entirely on getting a project to do that. There have been some big ups and downs. At one point, had somebody lined up to do our next project, to back it, to publish it. And unfortunately, the licensor, because this one was going to be an existing intellectual property, like an existing universe, unfortunately, the licensor did not come through. And so, yeah, that's kind of a back to square one to get a product put together. So still trying, not sure what the outcome is going to be. I think for a lot of the team, it's been so long now that folks do need to be looking towards the future and moving on. So, we've seen some folks go to other teams.
In other words, time for some people to get laid off or quit their jobs and put their job back at them and find something else, because they're not getting paid to just sit around and do nothing. But they're not getting paid at all because there's nothing for them to do.
There's still a core group that really, really would like to work together on a new game.
Okay, cool. All right. Do you want to swap from Stormgate to RTS generally, and kind of as a starting point, the worker start change on StarCraft 2 that has been announced by so for the people that are not aware, of course, let me explain it. There is a Blizzard Classic Games team right now that rotates from the different towards the different games every 3 months or so, or every 2 months, and they'll see if they need to do any updates, any patches, and it's StarCraft's turn again, and they did a patch 8 months ago, and they're now suggesting a bunch of changes. The most controversial one and the biggest one being almost a full reverse of the worker count start from 12 to 8. As someone that was there when it moved from 6 to 12, what are your thoughts on this? And what kind of was the thinking back then as well? Because there must have been a reason why you went from 6 to 12.
Yeah, I Harkening back to something we talked about earlier, definitely believe that having a game be living and continuing to change is a good thing and can sustain interest in a way that is positive. So I'm not against the idea of changing things. This particular change, because it undoes something that was very carefully considered for Void, is a change where I feel like it should get its own name or its own tag. Like it fundamentally changes the game, to your point. And the thinking on Void was that the pacing at the beginning of the game is slow, repetitive, and though there are people who enjoy the tactical decisions that flow out of that, many people enjoy getting into the action faster, not just as spectators, but as players. And so at its most basic, the higher count facilitates that. There was a lot of iteration that David Kim did to get it to the point that we got it. And so I don't want to say it should never be changed. Like, again, I think it's great for games to be living, but I think to undo that in a way that the Void version of StarCraft 2 1v1 just goes away, I think that would be unfortunate. That takes away something that we put a lot of effort into.
He basically said what a lot of us have been saying. I've been saying since the moment I saw that change, was that you're just going to slow. Like I said it from the moment that Pig kept on pushing, like 2 years ago, kept pushing these about these worker changes, reducing the worker count. And I even have a Reddit post, but I said it's not going to change the meta by changing the economy. All you're doing is slowing down the game by reducing the workers. You're just bringing back the most boring part of the game. The like Tim Moore said, the slow, repetitive part of the game, the part of the game that nobody wants to enjoy, and the part of the game that people want to enjoy the most is when you're getting into the combat quickly. Nobody wants to sit there for an extra 40 seconds of making workers and taking an extra 2 to 3 minutes to get to mid game and late game. No, that's not fun. Like, okay, so it worked in StarCraft, Wings of Liberty, part of the Swarm, but people still complained back then about the economy being too slow. People complained about Brood War's economy being so slow. The difference is that Brood War's economy is actually, it works, it flows well because each worker brings in more resources. They don't have to worry about worker stacking, so bases don't need as many workers to get to maximum efficiency. You also don't need as many workers in order to have max efficiency in total. So whereas StarCraft 2, you need 80, 85 workers ideally to be at maximum efficiency before you start getting diminishing returns, aka smaller army, too many workers, smaller army. But yeah, it's just they want to slow the game down to a state where they think that it's going to bring back interesting parts of the game, and it's not. It doesn't bring back anything interesting. The only thing they've done is made cheese stronger because it's more of a commitment. It's harder to defend, and it's just like, okay, so if you don't cheese, then you get to spend an extra 40 seconds droning or making workers before like some action starts to happen. Okay, so 40 seconds doesn't sound like a lot, but it actually does. Over time, it does pile up, and then an extra 2 to 30 minutes to get to mid and late game. So instead of mid game being around 5 minutes, now it's back to 7 to 8 minutes. Late game being from 10-ish minutes to now going back to 15 to 18 minutes. You know, you're just everything is getting slowed down to a point where there's no reasonable explanation as to why we're slowing the game down. Like, your objective of bringing back variety and bringing back the interesting parts of the games are not being achieved. the rest of the balance changes that they've done, it's ass, right? I like the neuroparasite thing. That's it. Everything else is ass. Nothing's working as intended, and it's just the overall objective has not been met. Is what they like this PTR has done. I think that it's like you're starting off. Let's just go with like it's like having salad. Like you're always eating salad, but then you go from having salad to eating steak. So salad's like 6 workers. Eating steak is like having 12 workers. It's different. It tastes better. But now they want to go from steak to freaking turkey sausage. You know, like as the next thing is what you're gonna now start eating. Or I guess because it'd be closer to having salad again, you know, because instead of 6 workers, you're 8 workers. I guess it'd be like having turkey bacon on top of your salad. So it's a little bit tastier, but it still isn't that great, right? Like you're going back to having a slower economy. It's a little bit faster than wings, but only by 2 workers. The economy is still slowed by a lot. It's not as tasty. It's not as fun as having a steak for your meal. Might seem like a stupid analogy, but I mean, to me, it's you're going from eating salad to eating steak, that going back to having salad, but with like a meat on top. It's just not the same. Once you've tasted something, like once you've enjoyed having 12 workers, going from having a fast economy back to a slow economy, that shit will not. It's not gonna last. The people who claim that they love that idea, a lot of people aren't even playing the PTR. A lot of people aren't playing that, and then once it's forced on everyone, they're not gonna fucking play the game. Most people are just gonna quit. I'm not even freaking playing StarCraft 2 right now because I'm just thinking of like I'm enjoying Diablo 4 at the moment, but the thought of going from 12 workers back to 8 workers just does not sound that great.
You don't think that a split would also kind of split the community in an odd way? As in
we kind of always do split. I mean, you can go back to wings balance or swarm balance if you want to. You know, if the community is moving on with the newest balance, that's okay. But I think the void balance should remain accessible for players
just for archival
that.
purposes as well.
Yeah,
or
and, you know, you'd be surprised. There are still people who go back and play with those kind of historical balances.
Okay.
And to go back to his point as well, the amount of effort that it took for them to figure out how to get 12 workers to work with the rebalancing, it took months, if not like the first year for them to get it right. And now all of a sudden we're going to expect that same kind of commitment from Blizzard after going from 12 to 8 from a game that's being essentially abandoned, you know. Okay. Seems smart.
Okay, interesting. In general, what you touch upon is something that I've thought a lot about as well. Is, to me, it feels like that the way that RTS games used to be played doesn't really exist anymore in the current landscape. If you think back even of esports tournaments back in the day, pre-StarCraft 2, I think there were so little that a lot of the tournaments actually did end up getting decided mainly on strategical concepts or new build orders, while with StarCraft 2 and the hyper competitiveness of it as well, and the sheer amount of volume of tournaments that we had, and the amount of money that there was to be earned, it feels like people have gotten so good at figuring out the optimal way of playing that if you do not introduce new elements into the game, that you fairly quickly get into a stable state. So personally, I believe that moving from 12 to 8 is going to create a period of maybe 1.5 to 2 months of wild discoveries and very fun and interactive gameplay that feels very strategical in nature. And then I think you'll go back to kind of a very stable baseline, just with less workers and a slower start. And I wonder if you share this, the sentiment on generally how the difference between strategy games being played in maybe the early 2000s and late 90s compared to how it is now, and what type of models could you apply to kind of keep the strategy in strategy games? Because right now, for a lot of people, it feels like extraordinarily mechanical games and a little bit less strategy.
I think those are great observations. One thing that game developers have observed globally is that most players trend towards wanting shorter play sessions. And this is kind of a byproduct of busier life, small format stuff like TikTok or YouTube. Sure, it's just,
I don't mean to cut him off, but I'm just thinking, I should have said this beforehand, that goes hand in hand with why the 12 worker start was introduced anyway, because you want to get right into the action, not just because of the Zoomers, but because of the general player base of StarCraft 2. The majority of the player base that's playing it are people with active lives. A lot of people have 9 to 5s or 8 to 4s, whatever. And they don't have the luxury of being able to play this game for 8+ hours a day. A lot of people play, if they're lucky, 1 to 2 hours a day or 1 to 2 hours a week. It's just, and you're now reducing the amount of games that they can get into fairly quickly. You're reducing the amount of games that they can get into. So say, for instance, if they play for 2 hours and they get maybe 6 games, and now they're going to get only 4, because the extra time it takes for a game to finish, it adds up pretty quickly.
Many players today don't want to spend the same amount of time in a single match that they did 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. So I do think there's a bit of a trend towards faster pacing, even though there's always going to be an audience for slower. And, we got critical feedback on Void, which I believe is in many ways related to worker count, particularly from the Korean pro community. They felt the game was too fast. And so, it goes back to that. Any decision you make, you're going to piss some people off. But I do think that there are other ways to accomplish keeping things fresh than necessarily total revamps. Seasons are a thing, mutators are a thing. There's like many ideas that could be introduced to institute temporary changes to shake up the meta and still have a baseline. But I tend to think that, if anything, moving towards even faster is probably more in line with players' sentiments that we see globally. I think going slower.
Starting with 2 Nexi and 18 workers.
Now you're talking. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe there's some interesting.
Yeah, I get your point. And I like the thought of seasonality as well. Are you familiar with Hearthstone Battlegrounds at all?
A bit. I'm not a CCG player, but definitely.
It's more of an auto battler, really. I played quite a bit now that I have a kid, and sometimes you won't sleep as well. It's nice to have a little card game on your phone. And what they do quite well there is that they have 3 or 4 kind of rotating concepts, which are very unique to the season, and then they can just match them up together. That really changed the way that the game is played. You still have the same core set of cards. They flip some cards out as well, and it makes each season, you're kind of excited to see what's happening this time again. And I wonder if something like this is possible in a game like StarCraft 2, where the balance between the 3 races is already kind of tricky. Because if you're thinking,
I already have an idea. I mean, it has nothing to do with workers. I feel like that they could add, similar to what was brought up about modifiers, like mutations. I feel like they could do that with StarCraft 1v1s, where there could be the season where gateway units are built slightly faster from the gateway with no upgrade. They just build slightly faster because it's a season of ground, right? Like, or if we want to do seasons based off of seasons of like summer, fall, whatever, you could do something along those lines. I'm just thinking ways to encourage different gameplay. It's kind of like with Diablo 3, you have certain item sets that are balanced to be intentionally stronger. So, for instance, with StarCraft 2, they could do it where each race, the play styles that are being underplayed, say like Protoss is almost never able to go ground. Well, time to make it a season where units built from the Robo build slightly faster, and gateway units build slightly faster to encourage more ground gameplay, or units that come out of that are first warped in gain a shield that lasts for 3 seconds after they've completed a successful warp in from a naked pylon, no gateway, just a regular pylon. So basically, you take more risk, but you get more reward. So like a proxy pylon by a Zerg base that is able to warp in, and you get a bunch of units with a shield that lasts like 3 seconds or 5 seconds, whatever, to make it more interesting. And for Zerg, like, if we want to encourage more Infestor gameplay, you know, or Viper gameplay, you could do something along those lines for like the season. And then next season, like those changes are gone. It's now different changes. So every like 3 months, they can have it automated with the like different kinds of mutations or modifiers for the StarCraft 2 1v1 season. And I feel like that would be popular for ones and teams, especially team games, but it would encourage different gameplay rather than just every Protoss going Sky Toss and every Zerg in their mother is freaking going Lurker Corruptor, you know, and Terrans just going Mech or Bio or Mass Ghosts. Like, they could do a lot of fun ideas, I feel. It's just like, I feel like there could be a season of Cloak, like Mothership gets back its permanent cloak, and gets a new ability that, or you could even make it where Mothership gets an ability that can cloak units permanently. So they need it, you know, you can have cloaked Immortals and Colossus, or cloaked Disruptor, and you would need detection to see it still. But like, it'd be interesting seeing unique ideas like that for a season of StarCraft 2 1v1, and then you move on to the next modifier. They could add modifiers to 1v1s. It might be silly. It might be, but people would be like, "Oh, but that's not authentic StarCraft 2. You know, it's not competitive. Wouldn't have that." It's like, who cares? Anything to make the game more fun to actually play, you know, to bring back player engagement. I also like the idea of increasing the worker count, actually, rather than decreasing. Speed up the gameplay a little bit more. They could make it where one change that would be massive would be to increase the supply you get from each depot, overlord, and pylon, so you don't need as many of them. You know, that's probably one of the most annoying things about it, is getting supply blocks so often, but at the same time, I mean, it's a skill check, but I think that that's something they could do as well. Increase the supply of overlords, pylons, and supply depots. The best one I still think is just to add new units that are already existing in the campaign. Some of them I also have said this before in the past about how there could be unit upgrades that permanently change a unit, and like you have options. So like you can have regular zealots, or you can have the phase zealots, the ones that phase through units and stun them, or the whirlwind zealots. Like you have 2 upgrade options per unit, like for each of the production structures. Have high Templars, or get the Tal'Darim ones that shoot the thing. Get Archons or Dark Archons. You get the DTs that can blink around all over the place, or replace them, or whatever, or replace stalkers with dragoons, and replace the disruptor with the Reaver. You know, there's so many options. It's a matter of implementation and needing a team to implement it.
Thinking of card games or a game like League of Legends, everyone can pick every hero, while in StarCraft 2 and in Warcraft 3, people are way more stuck to one race. And I think that's the funny thing as well. When you think of Age of Empires, for example, they would have a much easier time introducing seasonality just due to the nature of that everyone kind of has to be capable of playing most races at a high level, or most civilizations, I guess they call them there. Do you still feel like seasonality is something you could put into StarCraft 2, or is it just not the game for it? Do you need a different type of RTS?
I think you could do it. You're right that everything we do in RTS is harder because of number of units and races, but it's still possible. And I think balance is fragile, but it's maybe not as fragile as we would think. A lot of times changes get made that we don't really understand the full impact of until it's had a significant amount of time. And yeah, part of the joy, I always remember Paolo, talking about just the joy of discovery, like finding the new meta when changes are made. And I think that's real. There is joy that comes out of that experimentation and discovery.
Yeah. And then with the same set of kind of the base tools are there. And then, yeah. What would you think is a nice time frame? It's like 3 months, 6 months, 2 months, every other week?
Yeah, I think, the more time, the more polished it'll be. But I think you could pull it off quarterly. I think that's achievable. You'd need a team on it. It'd be hard if it was just one guy. But yeah, I think that could be a really interesting direction for an RTS to go.
Okay, talking about RTS in general, is there any RTSs in the future that you're looking forward to? Do you feel like there's ever going to be StarCraft 3, Warcraft 4? Like, what's the chance that Blizzard is going to make something big, or any of the major AAA companies are going to reinvest into an RTS?
So I got to start with a shout out to Zero Space. Super excited for those guys, and just such a wonderful group of people, like really coming from the heart, trying to build a great game. So I'm excited to see what comes out of their release. I hope players will get behind that and support it in a big way. In terms of the bigger companies, in the present market, I don't think the big guys are going to make a new StarCraft or CNC level RTS. I think they'll take those franchises and do other things with them. Some of those things might even be strategy, but I don't think it'll be RTS in the way that we would look for a real successor. It's possible that the market changes or leadership changes and that somebody comes in who just loves RTS and gets behind it. But I think if there is a hope for there to be a truly AAA, like not Stormgate AA budget, but a real AAA budget behind a new RTS, it's going to take that. It's going to take a leader who loves the genre, who really wants to get behind it, even though other genres are bigger, and even though they know they would make bigger financial return by doing something else, they're going to do it just because they love it. And it's possible. Like, there are people out there who do love this genre, who knows, maybe one of them will be running a company that's got the resources to build a big new game.
And what about Frost Giant? Are you guys still looking at only RTS, or also looking at other genres at this point?
RTS is the most logical place for us to go, just with the technological investment that we've made. I've worked on a lot of other genres over the years, so certainly not dismissive of the potential to do something else, but it's the most logical place for this group and the tech that we've built.
Okay, fantastic. I think you've answered all of my questions. I took a lot more of your time than I wanted to, and I appreciate your generosity with your time.
My pleasure. Always such a pleasure to talk to you, Kevin. So
yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
I learned a lot. It's cool. Thanks. I appreciate it. Any shout outs you want to make except for Zero Space?
Let's see. I guess the other one, completely different kind of game, but Playable Worlds is a team that's led by Raf Koster, who worked on many MMOs over the years, kind of a legendary designer. They've got a game called Stars Reach that's coming out, and they're really trying to do some almost like Minecraft-like world deformation, but just procedural world. So it's really emergent in terms of player behaviors that come out. So I'm rooting for those guys too. That's another game I'm excited about and a team that I'm very fond of. So
Cool. Well, thanks so much once again for your time, and I wish you very well in the future. And yeah, see you around.
thank you. Yeah, wishing you the best too.
Thanks.
All right. That was a long one, but we powered through it. We did it. Here's a link to the video for you guys to give it a like. And yeah. That because there's just so much to constantly dive in and, wanted to say, give my input on, but man. All right. Test. What the hell? Oh man, I don't know how long I was out for now. Yet. I hope it, well. That's so lame. Didn't know that my mic went out. All right. Screw it, we'll play a little bit of D4. I was gonna call it there. Actually, you know what? I could just play a little bit of StarCraft 2 instead, but StarCraft 2 days are numbered. StarCraft 2's days are numbered, boys and boils. The game itself just does not have that much of a future left. I mean, it barely even has one, and there's just not really a point. So, all right. what am I looking for here?
And, yeah, a legendary prize for the mainlander.
I don't know why I feel like I need to save some of these, so screw it. Save that. Hmm. Damn, if I'd known that. Defeat elite or champion monsters. Torment 9. Well, I've done quite a bit, and there's that right there. Yeah, I need 2 more of those, and
Stones to cut, gems to set.
oh, damn. Oh. Yeah. Where do I want to do? Where did I get? Trying to think. Where was the best place for me to get root? I mean, it's generally this, but like I don't have the legendary thing anymore. I also burned a lot of these Forgotten Souls, so I should work on getting that as well. Do this one. This one. Tormentor. They really want me to go with this one. They keep bringing it back up. We're not doing that. We want 4 masses. Aether Fiends spawn as Aether Lords and drop 3 times the Aether. Reform on death. Oh wait, oh, yeah, too late. What's attacking me? I forgot the switch my category. Rip. There we go. All right, Hellborn or Soulspire? Soulspire, Hellborn. It'll be better in the long run. No, we were short. Just barely short. Damn. Oh.
Father bless. What do you need?
Alright, let's try Nightmare Dungeon, I guess. Well, this one will give us a freaking... Yeah, we're gonna do this one, because it's giving us, whispers. Give me runes, please.
Separated. My friend.
Give me an rune.
I think I can manage from here. Oh, please, take this.
Alright, so now we gotta go the other way. I was kind of hoping that this would be a little bit shorter with the running distance, but nope, it's all good. Give me an own. I guess fuck me, right? Didn't give me the ohm rune. Head. Nothing. All right. I think I am gonna call it there, though. I was struggling to stay awake that run. Ring, amulet, ring. Boy, would it be neat to get a mythic. Yeah, get the ring on that one. That's okay. All right. I'm calling it there. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoy the stream. If you're new and haven't followed, be sure to give the channel a follow. Would greatly help. Appreciate the support. If you'd like to help support the stream, consider clicking the subscribe button down below or the Twitch Prime if you have Twitch Primes. Otherwise, there's a donation link down below if you'd like to help support the stream, but you don't want to give Twitch any of your money. And as always, thanks again for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Have a good night. Peace.